Thanks to a team full of family, friends, and mental health specialists, there is now a common goal to support those who are currently fighting their own darkness. In just over 2 years, the SL24 Foundation has helped to educate each other on the signs of depression, remove the stigma, and make resources available to help. And with the opening of Shaun's house, have created a safe haven where young adults can receive professional help, speak to peers about their struggles with depression and the threat of suicide. And that's what this weekend's basketball tournament is all about, to help continue to create awareness and raise funds to make the light shine even brighter. Coming up, it's the third annual SL24 Unlock the Light Memorial Classic in memory of Shaun Locke. Here is his story.
66-43, it's Delaware lead, 3:27 remaining, and Shaun Locke into the game. He's going to get a career high in minutes if he plays the remainder of this basketball game. He scored against Michigan State in the NCAA tournament. It's a good story to tell the grandkids. Get your first. And we were there. Cross-court pass, Locke squares, fires, and hits! +1! Shaun Locke with the biggest play of the night! It's over! The Blueheads win their first ever CAA championship! Tonight, the Blueheads party like it's 1999!
I met Shaun July 7th of 2013. It was my first day on campus. We all went to his house that evening after we met, and he said, "Hey, you're on the team, your family, we look after each other," and he was just telling me what to think about college, how to adjust. That's when I knew. I was like, this is a really good kid.
He was funny, he was fun to be around, like he was just a good guy. And you could just tell that just by meeting him right off the first time.
We're about to go through this 4-hour-long scout report.
4-hour-long scouting report.
What's up, Shaun?
We're about to do work, all right? I'll get back to you at lunchtime. Bye.
He was a unbelievable kid. He was extremely kind and caring. He was a kid that walked into the room and everybody was just happy to see him.
What are you all fired up about? About to get this win.
He had a smile. You hear about the $1 million smiles, and he definitely had one of those.
Shaun Locke had a lot to smile about. He was the brother of 7, homecoming king, and a star athlete in the state of Delaware.
I kind of always thought that Shaun's everyone's best friend, and I'm sure everyone says this, but Shaun was my real best friend. We were so similar. We had so much of the same tendencies of being able to go and work a crowd or know how to make someone laugh.
He was everything you could want in a person. He was a shoulder to cry on, and he also knew how to cheer you up.
Shaun was selfless. He was a team player, not just in his family, but in his school and also on his sports teams.
Shaun was a 7-time All-Star for the Elkton Little League, where he also won a state championship. He excelled on the basketball court too, becoming the first freshman to start on the varsity squad at St. Mark's High School in Newark, Delaware.
First time I met Shaun, he was a rising 9th grader, and we were short guys that night. He just came up to me and said, "Hey, Coach, I'm going to St. Mark's. I'd love to come out and play Summer League and help you guys out. Looks like you're a little short-handed tonight." And he was fearless from the get-go. I mean, maybe a minute or two into the game, he's pulling up, shooting shots, and he really had a confidence about him right from the get-go. He just had that attitude that, hey, I want to be the best, and he was the life of the school. I mean, he was the lifeblood of that school for 4 years.
After graduating from St. Mark's, Shaun walked on to the basketball program right down the road at the University of Delaware.
I was already at Syracuse, and he would reach out to me because he was thinking about, do I go lower Division I? Do I go Division II basketball? I remember he messaged me back and was like, "Hey, I'm going to be a walk-on at the University of Delaware." And I was like, "Hey man, that's an awesome choice. You're going to love it."
Prior to his arrival, the Blue Hens had been reeling from several losing seasons. They were a team with a desperate need for help.
I was convinced he's the right type of kid we wanted for our program at Delaware. He's everything you want in a teammate. And he battled adversity early in his career, not only in high school, but early in his career at Delaware in terms of injuries. But every day he showed up and competed.
To be a walk-on at a high-level program, it's tough. You're asked to do the dirty work in practice. You're asked to stay late and rebound with guys. You're asked to do a lot of different things that the scholarship guys maybe aren't asked to do. I knew that he could do all those things and that his coaches were going to love him.
Although he was a walk-on, Shaun brought invaluable leadership to the program.
He was unbelievable in the locker room. He was a huge leader. Shaun was the kind of guy where you asked him to do something and he would do it. It wouldn't be why or is there anyone else that could do it? And I think that really spread to other players.
In Shaun's first year as a Blue Hen, Delaware finished the season recording the most wins in 12 years, narrowly missing the conference championship game. His sophomore year, Delaware advanced to the NCAA tournament for the first time since 1999.
The Blue Hens win their first ever CAA championship. 75-74, Delaware wins it over William & Mary.
Although Shaun was not the biggest star on the court, he found his role as a trusted voice in the locker room.
You know, when Shaun spoke, especially as he got older, junior year and senior year, everybody listened.
Shaun graduated from Delaware with a bachelor's degree in business administration with a minor in sports management. He went on to work for the Buccini Pullen Group in their commercial real estate department.
I mean, Shaun was liked by everybody. He was a good-looking young man, had a great job, excited about working for Buccini Pullen.
Shaun was like the most popular man in the state. If you hung out with Shaun, you were cool with everyone, because Delaware is a state where everyone knows everyone. So you go around and say, hey, I know Shaun, or I'm on Shaun's team. Like, oh, you know Shaun Locke?
On the outside, Shaun had it all. But on the inside, Shaun was suffering from the crushing weight of anxiety and depression.
I never would have ever guessed that that's how he was feeling. You really can't tell what someone's dealing with inside. I mean, a lot of people are really good at hiding it. He is a great example of that.
On July 18th, 2018, friends and family received the phone calls nobody ever wants to get. Hearing the news they never thought they'd hear.
I was actually in the process of moving and just had gotten home.
I was at my friend's house.
I was at home.
I was on the road recruiting.
I was at the doctor's.
I got a phone call from my mom. You know, I was busy at the time, I didn't pick up. And she sent me a text, said, call me ASAP.
Mr. Locke had called me. I remember it was on Wednesday night. It was a little weird because it was a little late in the evening. It was about 9, 10 o'clock. So I was like, okay, what's Mr. Locke calling me for like this late?
You could just hear the pain in his voice.
He was hysterically crying, and so I couldn't comprehend what he was saying at first.
You could tell that something was seriously wrong.
I picked up, and it was the EMT on the phone, and she said, Kevin, you know, this is the EMT. I'm here with your mom. Your mom asked me to call you. Your brother Shaun has passed away.
After years of battling anxiety and depression, Shaun took his life. He was 23.
I never cry. That's my superpower, I guess. But that was tough. When you're a big sister, you want to protect everyone. I was willing to do whatever it took as Shaun's older sister, but calling my dad and telling him that Shaun killed himself was something that I never thought I'd have to do for Shaun.
I've dealt with suicide professionally and personally, and I can tell you it is the worst pain that any mom or parent could have, and it is the last 911 call any mother or RN ever wants to make on her own son.
As the news of Shaun's passing circulated, family and friends were left in shock.
It's not the call I was expecting by any means. Shaun and I spoke probably 3 weeks before he passed. He was as good as I remember talking to him.
It was one of those things, it's like, is this really happening right now?
I think everybody says it until it happens, but I would say, you know, if you gave me a list of people, then Shaun would have been the last person I probably would have picked.
Yeah, you always worry about them when they get their license, and then you worry when they go off to college and what trouble they're going to get into. But we had gone through all that. He'd gone through unscathed in high school, and he had gone unscathed through college. And you question yourself as a father, and you question your own purpose in life. What was it all for? And then you go through a phase of being very angry. How could he do this to us? But then you start looking for answers. You're never going to find total answers, but you know, Shaun left us a very brief note. And he said, I love my family, I love my friends. I'm so sorry. Depression is a real thing. That was the first time that I knew he had depression. He was so good at hiding it.
It's not that, you know, when people are hiding depression that they're not telling an authentic story. It's just harder during that moment. But I guess I spent a lot of time thinking about, like, how could I have created a better space to listen more? And I think that's something I try to do, is listen more.
Shaun and I had a conversation the day before. He left work early, and he came and he sat in the chair all day here and just stared at the TV. And he didn't even say hi when he came in, which is so unusual for Shaun. He said, I'm so anxious. And I said, about what? And I sat on the bed with him for 20 minutes and we just talked, and, you know, he was distressed, but I had no idea. I was the one person that had a chance to help him. If I knew then what I know now, you know, I feel like I let him slip through my fingers.
After Shaun's passing, it became his family's mission to raise awareness about mental health. In his spirit, they created the SL24 Foundation with the goal of doing just that.
I was at his viewing, and his parents and his dad especially, they were so shocked as everyone else was, but he kept speaking about awareness, and only if there was something out there that kind of got this conversation of mental health going. I kept just thinking of how Shaun helped me kind of get a job here, and I was just thinking of a way of how I could help.
Not long after, Trevor Cooney, a Syracuse men's basketball alumnus who had played in 2 Final Fours, began organizing a basketball event with much more meaning.
Sports is something that brings us together as a community and as a whole. I have this job here at the 76ers Fieldhouse, tied in with sports. Can I bring mental health to people with sports?
Thus, the creation of the SL24 Memorial Classic, a high school basketball showcase.
No one wants to talk about mental health. Like, no one wants to talk about depression. It's not something that's fun to talk about, but sports are fun to talk about. If you were to do a PowerPoint on mental health, are you going to get everyone's attention? You're going to get some people's attention. But if you put a basketball game out there, are you going to get people's attention? Yeah, you are. So that was the whole idea behind this event, this basketball showcase. You have some high school teams playing it, and you promote mental health. And you get people to talk about mental health without them even knowing about it.
On February 8th, 2019, thousands attended the SL24 Classic to not only see great high school basketball, but to start the conversation about mental health.
Yeah, that was a very amazing night in one sense, because you saw a community come together to really start to have an honest conversation about depression. And I had a young man said, because of that night, I told my friends I had depression. And it started the conversation to get him the help that he needed.
you realized how much of an impact mental health has on everyone. And no one wanted to talk about it, but here we are talking about it. And we had coaches and players and school and people, alumni, reach out to us saying thank you. Like, hey, my kid brought it up at the dinner table. My kid did this and he did that because of this event or because of what you guys are doing.
I think this is what Shaun would have wanted to be memorialized as, something living and breathing and gritty and imperfect in the way that high school basketball games are.
The SL24 Classic raised over $200,000 in its first year. In addition, it gave attendees an opportunity to see another, younger Locke on the court.
It was really cool that he got to play a lot during the tournament. You could tell that everyone was super excited because they all came onto the court.
Watching Aiden at that game was insane. I know that Shaun would have just been over the moon proud of Aiden. He would have been the first one to run down on the court and lift him up.
Mr. Locke, before the 2 varsity games, he came out and talked. He had the mic and we dimmed the lights in here, and he said, everyone please pull out your cell phones. If you have depression or you know someone that's battling depression, turn on your flashlight on your phone.
Shine your light right now. Stand up. Your light may be the very light to help those suffering out of the darkness of depression.
What I really hope comes from Shaun's passing is that people realize that mental health is a huge issue in the world.
Everybody has a story, so this is nothing to be ashamed of.
It doesn't discriminate based on race. It doesn't discriminate based on socioeconomic status. It doesn't discriminate based on anything. And it's real. It doesn't matter if you're super rich, if you're super poor.
Everyone has their struggles, and everyone's struggles are different. And you just gotta face them, and hopefully there's a safe haven for people to go talk to other people that can help them get help.
With the money raised by the foundation, SL24 plans to create that safe haven. Opening in September 2020, Shaun's House will provide a location for high school and college students to receive professional help.
I think a very important piece of mental health is you have to want the help. You have to seek it out yourself. And that's the hardest step.
Go to a school counselor, go to your school nurse, but don't just do nothing. No mother or parent should ever have to bury their child. And if there's anything that I can do to say or prevent that, that is why I'm here today.
We need to really have a really honest conversation about mental health and really not be afraid of it.
When you're asking people to stand up if they have depression, stand up if they have anxiety, stand up if they lost someone to suicide, you're asking for a really human moment. And they all stood up, and they all took their phones out, and they all had their lights, and for 10 seconds it was just completely silent, just filled with light. You just got chills. It was one of those out-of-body experiences where you could see the whole thing and still be there, because everyone was together in something that most people feel alone in.
When you saw those lights, I felt like Shaun was shining his light down on all of us. And he's probably going, okay, let's get going. Let's push through.
The third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic is being brought to you by these amazing sponsors. Thank you to the following families and schools for their gracious support of Unlock the Light.
Congratulations to the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation for opening up Shaun's house. What a great concept in honor of Shaun Locke. And you think about with everything that's going on in the world, in society, the pressures on young people today, with the pandemic and with the fight for equality, it is so important that we recognize the terrible impact it's had on the mental health and the pressure that young people are under. And I tip my hat to the concept of creating Shaun's houses all over America, on every single college campus, a safe haven for people to come and visit and speak with professionals that can assist them in fighting the battles that they're fighting within themselves. It's hard enough to fight the battles within our country, within society, the demons that potentially are around us through isolation and everything else the pandemic has brought upon us. But to have someone to go to have somewhere to go to, is so important. So SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation, the work you're doing is absolutely incredible. And if you can help, please help, because your help will impact someone in a very special way.
Hi, I'm Reese Davis from ESPN's College Game Day. The SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation is doing remarkable and important work. I don't even know if work is the proper word. Maybe we should refer to it as a ministry to help those who are struggling with depression or self-harm issues or perhaps even suicidal thoughts. You know, it's so important to have someone to turn to in these times because everybody feels this way from time to time. Over the past year, I've had an opportunity to talk to numerous athletic directors and coaches around the country, and so many of them have told me that the mental health issues among their athletes are through the roof. And you would think this wouldn't be so with people in the prime of their lives. And on the one hand, it saddened me, and it certainly does, but it also heartened me in some ways because for these people, for the coaches, for the athletic directors to be aware of it meant that the young men and women who are having these issues were willing to talk about it. And that's what this SL24 Foundation seeks to provide for all of us. You know, I know that it's easy to think that athletes or broadcasters have it made or whoever it might be that you admire and think they have everything they want. They couldn't possibly have any problems. But everyone at some point in their lives encounter issues that can be depressing. For me, I try to rely on my faith. I think being part of something bigger than I am and knowing that I have an eternal promise that's available to everyone is really important in terms of mental health. And many of you have probably been to weddings where they define love. And they say that love is patient and kind. It's not self-seeking. It always hopes. It always trusts. It always perseveres. But another thing in that passage it says is that it always protects. And I think that's what we're called on to do in this moment in time. And we have so many of our young people who are struggling with various issues. We have to protect each other. And the SL24 Foundation gives people an avenue to be able to help. And if you are one of the people struggling, I encourage you to reach out. And if you're one of the people who aren't struggling, be aware, be open, be ready to show true love and try to protect each other.
As a coach, you're not supposed to admit you have a favorite player. It's like being a parent. As a parent, you're not supposed to admit you have a favorite child. As a coach, you're not supposed to admit you have a favorite player. But Shaun was a favorite. And I say that with confidence, knowing I'm not offending the others, because Shaun was everybody's favorite. He was a favorite of his teammates, of his coaches, of the support staff, of the fans. Shaun was a favorite of everybody in the athletic department that knew him. And everybody really on campus at UD that knew him, he was a favorite. Shaun was the favorite. When I think of Shaun, which is quite often, and I look at his picture in my office every day, what stands out and has always stood out with Shaun is his smile. That was his light. Shaun's smile was his light. And he would shine that light on us every single day. It didn't matter if it was a good day or a bad day. Shaun was there with that smile. And that smile provided us with the warmth and the light that we needed on that particular day and in that particular situation. Now to see the Locke family and so many others doing just awe-inspiring work with the UnLocke the Light Foundation. From their events to the SL24 tournament, to Shaun's house, to all the initiatives, and to the countless individuals and families they are having an impact on a daily basis. This is a major responsibility they're taking on. They're providing a safe haven and a sense of community for so many that desperately need it in difficult times in our world and in their own individual lives. Really, this is Shaun's legacy. It's a legacy that we all have a responsibility to uphold. And we honor Shaun through providing the light and the warmth that he provided with his smile to all of us, whether it's through UnLocke the Light Foundation events and initiatives or through our own daily personal interactions with everyone we come across. We are required to honor Shaun and his legacy by providing that same light and that same warmth that he provided all of us in all of our interactions with Shaun.
Welcome, everyone, to the third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic in memory of Shaun Locke. Thank you for joining us this weekend from the 76ers Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware, as we continue to raise awareness surrounding mental health and suicide and to raise funds for the SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation and continue the development of Shaun's House, helping those in need. We have 6 games for you this weekend, beginning with a doubleheader tonight and then 4 games starting at 2 p.m. tomorrow. We begin with Shaun's alma mater, St. Mark's High School, tonight and end up with a matchup of 2 of the top teams in the state on Saturday night. What an incredible 2 days ahead. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Scott Klatskin alongside SL24 board member Bill Harmon. We are so honored to be a part of this important event. We can't wait to give you the games and the message this evening.
Scott, this is going to be a great evening. It's going to be so much fun to get to talk about these young men and women, but more importantly, as everyone knows, we're here to support the Shaun Locke Foundation, UnLocke the Light, and also for our great friend Chris Locke.
And if you want to know how you can help, head to unlockthelight.com/donate. You can text LOCK24 to the phone number on the screen, or you can scan that QR code now. Think about it. A ticket to this incredible event would have been only $10. So if you're watching right now, think of it as the cost of a ticket. A $10 donation goes a long way. Whatever you can do to help us out this year is appreciated, and we thank you.
You're watching the third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic to raise awareness surrounding mental health and to provide services and the development of Shaun's House. You can donate now to the SL24 Foundation by visiting unlockthelight.com/donate, by texting LOCK24 to 202-858-1233, or by scanning this QR code now with your phone. Thank you for your support of the SL24 Foundation.
Tavernic Rustic Italian, it's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house, sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty, coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Welcome to the award-winning Lighthouse Cove Event Center in Dewey Beach, the Mid-Atlantic's premier wedding venue destination, offering beach-inspired weddings, receptions, and special events on the Rehoboth Bay. Whether it's simple and understated or grand and elaborate, Lighthouse Cove Event Center delivers a once-in-a-lifetime wedding experience.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of Unlock the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life's passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends in peace of mind. We are looking forward to hearing from anyone for a second opinion on their existing plans or to get started for those who haven't yet. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
Rich Ashley, Maria Lopez, Marissa Marciano, and their ADs, Jeremy Keeney and Tom Charn. Ladies and gentlemen, Seahawks of Delaware Military Academy.
Welcome everyone to the third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. Tonight we are remembering our friend Shaun Locke. What an amazing event it is this weekend. And to start things off, it's the DMA Seahawks and the St. Mark's Spartans girls basketball here from the 76ers Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. What an amazing facility. And thank you all for joining us online to watch it. We would love to have you here in person, but we know we can't do that this year because of safety restrictions, and so we are so excited to bring it to you this way. I'm Scott Klatskin with Bill Harmon, and we're going to have some fun tonight and raise some awareness and raise some funds for the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. Scotty, I'm really excited and honored to be here at the same time with you and with all the people that have made this event so wonderful and possible here this evening. Chris Locke, father of Shaun, just does an absolutely fantastic job running the foundation. This has been a fantastic night for 2 years in a row, and I expect nothing different here tonight and this entire weekend.
Well, the DMA Seahawks 1-4 on the season. Let's take a look at their starting lineup as they have been led this year so far by the play of Grayson Frost. We'll see her, the senior, 6 feet tall, averaging almost 9 points per game. Nadia Black, the junior, will be at the point guard position. And then St. Mark's, it's the alma mater of Shaun Locke. The girls 3-4 on the season, coached by Jim Friel. And they've been led by Sophia Messick, 9.5 points per game. She's made 2 threes on the season as well. They're starting 5 coming out on the Spartans. The Spartans will wear green and gold tonight. The Seahawks in the white and blue uniforms. The officials, Walt Connor, Devilla Wilson, and Melissa Gregg. And the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation, game number 3. Well, it was almost underway. We got started, and a quick whistle by DeVille Wilson. He's got to set something up.
Well, DeVille is one of the veteran officials here in the state that does a wonderful job. Used to be a high school basketball coach and was able to do both of those at the same time and did an admirable job at both.
So no tip-off. Just going to be an inbound for St. Mark's, the green and gold uniforms that Shaun Locke wore for 4 years as a star player for the St. Mark's Spartans, and we are underway. It was Sophia Messick who inbounded. You heard me mention her name at the start, leading scorer, and St. Mark's will work the ball around to start. A quick whistle as we get started, the first against DMA.
Well, Ava Berardi's brother, Peter Berardi, played at St. Mark's right about the time of Shaun Locke. And Ava is a really tough point guard. She's very good at distributing the ball for Jimmy Friel's offense.
St. Mark's 3-4 on the season. First shot up and off the mark, off the hands of Allison McGonigal. And the Seahawks their first possession. 1-4 for the Seahawks, but they beat Red Lion. Lost 3 straight, trying to snap that here tonight at the Fieldhouse. And the first bucket good from Jennifer Klump. 6 points per game on the season for Jennifer.
Klump, only a freshman, has really been doing some nice scoring, can shoot the three. A nice little backdoor play there as they opened up the weak side.
Andrew Castagna's got to love that. Having a freshman that can contribute already, having her for 3 more years, that's exciting in this Seahawks program a minute in.
Little zone here by DMA. They'll play both man and zone. St. Mark's is going to attack it with a 4-round 1.
Working the ball back for St. Mark's. A 2-0 lead for DMA early on in this one. Shot off the mark from Mackenzie Beamer, the senior. It'll stay with St. Mark's. And we're going to call some basketball tonight. We're going to have a lot of action tomorrow, but we're also going to share stories of our friend Shaun Locke and remember him and honor his legacy. Talk about how you can support the cause. The SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation as the ball sails into the hands of DMA. But first off, I want to start off, and I don't want to go any longer in this broadcast without mentioning the auction that we have going on tonight. And if you are a St. Mark's parent that is watching this game, the number one prize that you should be bidding on right now is tuition for a year at St. Mark's High School. Unbelievable the fact that that donation has been made, and you can win tuition for a year at St. Mark's. Hey, you're going to be paying it anyway. You might as well donate it to this wonderful cause. I mean, $15,000 prize. You head to unlockthelight.com and find that auction page online as you're watching tonight. But what an amazing prize that is.
Oh, absolutely. Any chance you can to go to any school for free, especially a really good one, is a wonderful donation. And that silent auction, they've done a great job of assembling all kinds of really interesting and neat things.
Jump shot up, and bank is open tonight in Wilmington, Delaware. A jump shot good for Sophia Messick, her third three-pointer of the season. And it's 4-3 DMA. Nice crash there on the rebound. Couldn't secure it. And now Allison McGonigal bringing the ball up the floor. Hot hand. Back-to-back jumpers from Sophia Messick, and an early timeout by Andrew Castagna, and we knew Sophia Messick could get things done. Only a sophomore. She's made 2 threes on the season come in. Really good free throw shooter. Team's leading scorer on the season with 57 points on the year. And Castagna from DMA wants to talk to his group.
Well, Sophia Messick is really a nice player. She does a great job of getting herself square to the basket, has a really nice high release, something that Jimmy Friel, who was a terrific shooter himself, doing a great job of coaching his long-range shooters. At practice yesterday, he was watching and encouraging his young women to shoot the ball and shoot it often from the perimeter. They love to push in transition. You saw Messick there with a beautiful stroke from that three-point line.
And Sophia Messick can get hot. She scored 31 points in the first 2 games of the season, had 17 points against Charter, 14 points against Padua. We mentioned the youth coming from Jennifer Klump over at DMA, but how about Sophia Messick? Only a sophomore for the St. Mark's team. She is going to be a good young ball player to have for Jim Friel, who's in his 4th season as the head man over at St. Mark's.
Jimmy was an excellent player himself, a superb long-range shooter who still works on his game a little bit every day prior to practice, getting up some jump shots.
You can tell he taught Sophia Messick a thing or two for the long-range shot. There's another 3 on the way, and 3 triples down for St. Mark's to get things started.
Well, Berardi stepped into that shot from beyond the high school three-point line. As you know, as you see on the monitor, your TV, you will see an extra three-point line there. That's the pro three-point line.
And you can see that on your screen. The difference between college and high school and then the pro line is pretty dread. They're still really shooting it out there in the G League.
Well, you've got 19.9 for high school and 23 3/4 inches from the pros.
We're going to see that steal and then a foul called on the reach.
St. Mark's playing some aggressive man-to-man fronting Frost down in the low block, resulted in the last turnover by DMA.
Talk about those three-point lines. There wasn't a line that was deep enough to stop Shaun Locke from shooting it, was there?
Shaun Locke never found a long-range shot that he didn't like, but I'll tell you what, Scotty, when he was healthy, he had as beautiful a stroke as any young man I have ever coached. A wonderful follow-through, great rotation, and he was a fearless shooter.
Sophia Messick, a little fearless early on. She's got now 8 points for St. Mark's. They went down 4-0 early, an 11-0 run right now with 4:20 left in this first quarter of action. You know, you always told me, Bill, when we were broadcasting games that Shaun Locke was a member of that University of Delaware Blue Hens basketball team, that Shaun was one of the best shooters that you had coached at St. Mark's. Of course, you being part of that boys basketball staff for the Spartans, and Shaun just had beautiful form. You always bragged about his stroke when he was playing at St. Mark's.
He did a great job, Scott, of getting himself square to the basket, and that meant his feet, his hips, his shoulders, his right arm, which was his shooting arm, was always in the perfect slot. He had a high finish with great rotation. And the other thing that he was so good at, Scott, was finding his shot. He was very capable of finding space on the court, getting to his favorite places. His team's mates look for him. And I'll tell you what, he could deliver, especially in the clutch.
Two-time All-State selection was Shaun in his playing days for St. Mark's. Very proud that night number 1 of this SL24 Memorial Classic, all St. Mark's all the time. We've got the girls team going first, and we'll have the boys team taking on Archmere later on this evening around 8 o'clock.
Well, though the zone has stayed the same for DMA, they're starting to extend it a little bit more out to the front to try to combat the long-range shooting by St. Mark's early on.
That first bucket in a while for DMA after going up 4-0. It was an 11-0 run for St. Mark's. Here comes Allison McGonigal. Her shot off the mark and a good rebound by Grayson Frost, the 6-foot senior. Tallest player on the team is Frost. We're hearing a lot from her this evening, and a reach-in foul going to be called against St. Mark's.
I like Frost's game. She does a nice job of posting up, understanding that St. Mark's is going to front her. They'll probably look to clear the backside. We might see some lob passes down low, but she's also very capable of stepping out on the perimeter and playing from there as well.
A good move by Jim Friel, putting in Rihanna Johnson, another 6-footer that's going to be on the floor, perhaps to stop the play of Grayson Frost. Johnson, the sophomore, 4 points on the season. Jump shot no good from DMA, but an offensive rebound keeping it alive. Shot came off the hands of Ellie Standarowski. We saw Ellie Standarowski shooting around before anybody else was. She was out here getting shots up. You always like to see that from a young player working on their game.
Well, St. Mark's will try to push it in transition, that time an errant pass, but Jimmy Friel loves his team to get out after a long rebound or a turnover, press the advantage before the defense can set up.
3 minutes left here in the first quarter. If you're watching, you want to know how you can help out the cause. Well, you can see on the bottom of your screen. You can give now at unlockthelight.com/donate. If you got your cell phone out, we might as well text LOCKE24. That's LOCKE24 to 202-858-1233. So many ways you can help the cause. Every amount we are thankful for. Every amount we appreciate as there's a traveling violation on the floor against St. Mark's. You can also scan the QR code in the chat as well as you're watching this online. So many ways you can help out the Unlock the Light Foundation. We've got great basketball games all weekend long. 2 tonight, 4 more tomorrow. So St. Mark's went on that 11-0 run, Bill, and then have not scored since. It's a 5-point advantage for the Spartans. There's that matchup we were talking about, Frost and Johnson. They go right to Frost in the post. She gets fouled, and she'll shoot a pair, the first on Rihanna Johnson.
Well, that time, Rihanna Johnson decided to play behind, and Frost did a great job showing the ball to Johnson. It got Johnson off her feet. Frost drives inside to draw the foul. So nice footwork and ball handling down on the low block by Frost.
Grayson Frost, the lefty, doesn't get to the free throw line a whole lot, 2 of 3 on the season. And a game earlier this season against Ursuline, one of the top programs, of course, we know, graduate Elena Deldon from Ursuline Academy. A lot of history from that school. She scored 10 of the team's 19 points in that contest against Ursuline. Makes 1 free throw there.
Well, we're going to see Ursuline tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock against Padua. Ursuline plays terrific pressure defense.
That's a nice rivalry game that we have. A lot of great matchups here at SL24. It's, of course, a great cause, great event, but you're going to see amazing basketball matchups all weekend long as there's a turnover. And we'll see a substitution as Riley Sullivan, one of the captains, will check out. Keely Hoban will come in. Good 3-point shooter.
Well, Chris Locke and his group did a great job of assembling just a wonderful weekend of basketball here.
Timeout on the floor taken by St. Mark's. We'll take a timeout here. You're watching the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic.
Hi, I'm Reese Davis from ESPN's College Game Day. The SL24 Unlock the Life Foundation is doing remarkable and important work. I don't even know if work is the proper word. Maybe we should refer to it as a ministry to help those who are struggling with depression or self-harm issues or perhaps even suicidal thoughts. You know, it's so important to have someone to turn to in these times because everybody feels this way from time to time. Over the past year, I've had an opportunity to talk to numerous athletic directors and coaches around the country, and so many of them have told me that the mental health issues among their athletes are through the roof. We have to protect each other, and the SL24 Foundation gives people an avenue to be able to help. And if you are one of the people struggling, I encourage you to reach out. And if you're one of the people who aren't struggling, be aware, be open, be ready to show true love and try to protect each other.
Bill, how about some of the big names and celebrities that we've seen reaching out and sharing their messages about SL24 as we get back in action? St. Mark's with the basketball after the timeout. Reese Davis, one of my favorites watching College Game Day, and that was pretty neat to see him on that commercial break. Share what it means to him and why this is so important.
Scotty, it is amazing the response to the foundation and the Unlock the Light 24. It is widespread. It is not only national but international, and it is just an unbelievable movement that has occurred because of the tragedy of Shaun, but really because of Chris and his other fellow board members just pushing this cause, and they've done a great job from an organizational standpoint and getting an awful lot of contributions from all over the world.
Good looking shot by Kara Osborne, just didn't fall, and now a jump shot for St. Mark's. Good offensive rebound, but the putback was not there. Opportunity to push for Ellie Standarowski. Beautiful take to the rim again. Osborne's got two good looks the last two possessions, just hasn't gotten him to fall.
Well, the lefty's going hard. Sometimes they might want to use a jump stop in there just to slow down their progress and get a little bit better aim.
Alyssa Cresto, good shooter for this St. Mark's team. Couldn't make it fall there. Now a fast break opportunity, but a turnover. Missed opportunity on the last three possessions for DMA with 17.8 as we come almost to the close of this first quarter.
Well, both coaches have done a nice job here early on, getting their benches involved. I think that's important in an atmosphere like this. Plus, you've got a court that's 10 feet longer than most of these players have been used to, so conditioning will be a factor here tonight.
Under 10 seconds left in the first quarter. Johnson. It'll fall out of bounds, so the DMA might be able to set up maybe a half-court heave coming up here, down 11-7. 3.3 left on this opening quarter of the SL24 Memorial Classic. Looks like time's going to expire. Shot won't count if it goes, and that'll do it for the first frame. This is the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. You can visit unlockthelight.com/donate, and by the time you're done, we'll be back with second quarter action.
You're watching the third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic to raise awareness surrounding mental health and to provide services and the development of Shaun's house. You can donate now to the SL24 Foundation by visiting unlockthelight.com/donate by texting LOCK24 to 202-858-1233 or by scanning this QR code now with your phone. Thank you for your support of the SL24 Foundation.
Hi, I'm Jim Boeheim, the coach at Syracuse. I just want to tell you how important your mental health is, particularly in this time of COVID. Make sure you're taking care of yourself and others if you can.
For DMA. Now.
The third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic from the 76ers Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware is being brought to you by Chesapeake Inn, El Diablo, and by Malvern Behavioral Health.
Lights are on in Wilmington, Delaware. What a beautiful shot of the 76ers Fieldhouse, and we want to unlock your light Visit unlockthelight.com. That's UNLOCKE, thelight.com. We are here all weekend. This is game 1 of 6, St. Mark's night tonight. We're talking with Chris Locke, and we know just how proud Shaun Locke was of his alma mater. We're going to see a lot of green and gold tonight in this arena. We are so happy to be here. You can see unlockthelight.com/donate on the bottom of your screen. It was DMA who went up 4-0, then an 11-0 run by St. Mark's, and now an 11-7 score as we head into frame number 2 in Wilmington, Delaware. So happy to be here. I'm Scott Klansman alongside Bill Harmon.
Well, Scott, it is great to be here. This has been a good contest so far. A little bit more of a defensive struggle. Both teams spent the first quarter kind of deciding how they wanted to play. Up-tempo if possible, but they've had a little trouble with turnovers. So I think what we've seen is the man-to-man defense of St. Mark's right now has been imposing its will a little bit more than the 2-3 zone of DMA, which has afforded St. Mark's some three-point shots early on.
Stanarowski being pressured. There's a turnover. St. Mark's has been able to pressure the Seahawks and force a couple of steals. There's Sophia Messick. She got off to a really hot start. Good look at a 3 from Ava Berardi. Couldn't get to fall.
Well, a nice look there by Berardi, who was coming down as the trailer. A nice pass by Messick. She caught it in rhythm, just missed. But that was a good play in transition that I know Coach Friel really likes to see from his young squad.
Klump with the basketball. Freshman, foul line jump shot off the mark, and a rebound by Mackenzie Beamer, one of the quickest players on the team, Coach Friel tells us.
Well, she can really move. She does a great job defensively, staying in her stance. Very good in transition.
Allie McGonigal and Berardi having a catch.
St. Mark's going to flash some posts in and out of a 3-around-2 look. They will look for gap splits and penetrations for skips.
Kickball is going to be the whistle. The DMA basketball. It was Savannah Dare coming out of the game. Second game she's appeared this season. Get a little breather. You might see the masks that these players are wearing. Of course, safety guidelines in the state of Delaware in effect. Good float shot, by the way. As I talk about merchandise, I want to make sure Jennifer Klump gets credit for that good-looking float shot on the other end. Gets the lead, or cuts it to 2 for St. Mark's. But you might be looking at some of this merchandise and some of these masks that players are wearing. Normally we'd have all this merchandise for sale here at the 76ers Fieldhouse, but you can always get it online even though you can't be here, which is the way to purchase it this year. You're going to go to unlockthelight.com and you can buy merchandise, T-shirts, these masks that I'm wearing as well, courtside. The players are wearing them. All great stuff available at unlockthelight.com.
Well, Nadia Black just took the ball almost the length of the court and it continued to attack. St. Mark's has got to do a little bit better job of getting back on defense. There have been some openings for DMA early on. They just haven't been able to take advantage because of some turnovers.
High off the window, some traffic inside, but the putback does not fall. That was looking good off the hands of Riley Sullivan, the 5'9 senior. Good volleyball player as well, Sullivan. Excellent entry pass. A lot of contact there. Surprised we didn't hear a whistle. Osborne will let it go out of bounds.
Berardi does a great job of pressuring the ball, Scott. She's very active with her hands. She's always looking for an opportunity to get a steal or a deflection. A really aggressive defender.
Front rim no good on the shot from DMA.
St. Mark's will continue to work the ball around. They've done a little bit of screening the zone. Right now they're relying on 4 out and then flashing a post into the mid-range area.
Sophia Messick made 2 threes earlier, missed there. But the offensive rebound will send St. Mark's to the free throw line.
That was Lauren McDonald, only a freshman at 5'9", did a great job there of attacking the offensive glass. securing the offensive rebound, and then going up immediately. You notice she didn't bring the ball down at all. She kept it high and attacked the rim, resulted in the foul. Nice play by the young player.
Laura McDonald at the free throw line. Averaging just over 4 points per game. This is a very good free throw shooting team. St. Mark's as a team, 71%. You know, we do Division I college basketball games, and 71's a great percentage for a Division I basketball team.
Absolutely, and they do a great job in practice of spacing in at different times. Their free throw shooting, they do it when they're tired. They do it early on, do it at the end of practice. Jimmy Friel really does a great job of coaching that aspect of the game up.
There's a turnover. Back to St. Mark's. They build their lead 13-9 over DMA.
Both teams have gone to their bench here early on. I think it's one to let the young women get a feel for the court and the play of the night, but also from a fatigue standpoint, the court being longer.
And see if they can get a fast break on this longer court. Job by St. Mark's getting back on defense in the game. Gia to Jaden Smith. Nearly another turnover. Here's Nadia Black. Shot rejected. Shot up. And it'll be 2 for Riley Sullivan, the captain.
DMA's done a nice job on their offensive glass. They'll send 3, sometimes 4 players. Frost we've seen in there. Sullivan doing a nice job. So they're going to really try to press their advantage at the offensive end in that regard if they're missing shots. Important that St. Mark's gets a body on a player every time.
Riley Sullivan working her best at the free throw line. She's had a tough season so far at the stripe. 0 of 9 after that one on the year. She went 0 of 4 against Archmere and Red Lion, but Andrew Castagna, the head coach, working with her at practice every day, getting better, improving at that free throw line. Couldn't get either to go there, and St. Mark's still with a 4-point advantage. Jump ball. Arrow's going to go to the Spartans.
St. Mark's continues to play man-to-man, and they are very smart. They use a safety. They don't put a person on the ball. They have a safety there to help with any lane cuts, and then they have to go back and acquire the out-of-bounder as soon as it gets in.
Correct myself. Next whistle, next jump ball will go to the St. Mark's. It stayed with DMA, but a turnover. As you're watching this game online, we appreciate you. We want to get involved. We want you to use the chat on YouTube or Facebook to message us. Let us know your thoughts. Share Shaun's story. Let us know how Shaun's house has helped the community. Tell us where you're watching from. We want to interact tonight online on Facebook. Head to YouTube or Facebook and message us. Let us know how you're feeling tonight as we celebrate Shaun Locke, game number 1 of 6 this week. And, of course, you can donate. There's a QR code on your screen right now as Messick nearly hits another jump shot. You can scan that, or it's in the chat. You can text LOCK24 to 202-858-1233, or you can head to unlockthelight.com/donate. So many ways to help out the cause. Think about it. You know, we would have loved to see it in person this year at the 76ers field house, but no fans in attendance, so a ticket would be $10. So if you're watching, you're enjoying, think about a $10 donation. Every bit helps as we try to help those in need.
Well, Scott, the last 2 years, this gym has been absolutely packed for the games. It was a great turnout by the community, and this is a wonderful facility that the Buccini Pollen Group built. And then Trevor Cooney, who played at Sanford, we'll talk about them tomorrow night. They play in the 8 o'clock game and then went on to have a fantastic career at Syracuse, is back running the facility for the Buccini Pollen Group.
Trevor's here tonight as Syracuse graduate, went to the Final Four, and I believe our fans saw Coach Boeheim with a message for the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation at our previous commercial break. Just so many great people getting involved in this amazing cause.
Well, Jimmy Boeheim has done a great job with that zone defense up there. Trevor played a lot of man at Sanford, so he went up there and played the top of that zone. And let me tell you something, he was so active, always played in his stance, really good at getting deflections, terrific long-range shooter. I was kind of hoping he might have had a career at some level of the pros, but after a little bit of time, he decided to come back to his hometown and go to work, and he's done a magnificent job of organizing all the activities down here.
He really has. Great facility. We're happy to be here at the 76ers Fieldhouse. A missed three-point try from Lauren McDonald. Another young talent on this varsity ball club. A strip, nearly a turnover, shot up off the mark. Following the shot, getting it to go. That's Riley Sullivan with the putback.
Well, Sullivan's done a nice job of coming in here and creating some activity on the offensive glass. She keeps the ball high when she rebounds. It gets good position. She missed the initial shot, and she stayed with it. Important that if you're a St. Mark's player, you've got to block out that player immediately and not allow them to have inside position.
Sullivan missed a pair of free throws earlier. Makes that one. That's her first make on the season. And completes the three-point play. Riley Sullivan, an all-state volleyball player. She's looking for revenge tonight. DMA, lost to St. Mark's in volleyball in that state semifinal not too long ago, back on December 10th. So she's had this one circled on the calendar, I'm sure, for quite some time. An answer on the other end, though, for the Spartans.
And that was an excellent play by Ava Berardi. She's been playing out at the point. She's been doing a great job of side-to-side passing, reversing, making the defense move. And that time she was able to penetrate from the top of the key into the mid-range and pulled up in exactly the right place to make that shot.
And Coach Friel really likes her leadership on the floor. Berardi, a senior, one of the veteran players on this ball club.
Boy, she's been around. She comes from a great family. Coached her brother, who was a terrific point guard for St. Mark's for a couple of years, one of the best defenders we've ever had. And Ava has just picked up right where Peter left off and is an exceptional player, but really a great person and a terrific leader, as you mentioned.
Grayson Frost with the board there, and Jennifer Klump. Freshman on freshman matchup as McDonald guards the Seahawks ninth grader. Now McDonald took it away. A foul's going to be called as Sullivan trying to take it back. 1:52 left to go in this first half of action. St. Mark's with the lead, and don't go anywhere at the half. If there is one message, we talked about Reese Davis and Jim Boeheim, if there's one message you want to hear tonight, it is the message of Chris Locke. That is Shaun Locke's father and the founder of the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. At halftime, you're going to hear from Chris Locke, and he's going to talk about Shaun and this mission and Shaun's house and a whole lot more. So please, don't go anywhere at the half. Make sure you tune in. We want you to hear from Chris Locke.
Scotty, I'm not sure Chris ever missed a shot of Shaun's. He was great traveling, supporting the team. You'd see him at all the home and away games. He was just a great person to see around, always very positive and upbeat.
We ran into Chris Locke, the two of us, in a parking garage in New York City on our way to Madison Square Garden. That's and so you're absolutely right. Chris traveled everywhere, jump shot on the way. That is a good-looking stroke from Sophia Messick. That's her fourth make of this first half. But we were parking. We were ready to go to Delaware. Was taking on, I believe, Bryant, or maybe it was the preseason NIT game, as Shaun played up there twice as a member of the Delaware basketball program. And it was great to talk to Chris Locke on our way to the game.
Chris could get around. He knew New York City quite well.
That's right.
He's a Renaissance man in my mind and has just done a fabulous job here with the foundation.
6-point advantage for the Spartans. Nearly a steal. Good hustle there to get the ball back. And it did touch the sideline, so an inbound play coming up for St. Mark's. 47 seconds left, and again, you're going to want to hear Chris Locke at the half.
Even though DMA is struggling here at the beginning of the season with that 1-4 record, they have played very hard, and I've been impressed with their zone here extending. They just have to be sure they know where Messick is, because she certainly is in rhythm with her long-range shot.
As McDonald lines it up. Beautiful stroke by the rookie.
Well, I've been really impressed with McDonald, providing some offense, some rebounding, but I love her defense. Sits down in her stance and does a great job moving her feet.
That's her second steal right there on cue. Lauren McDonald moving her feet, getting the steal. Outlet pass to Haley Short, another ninth grader on the floor for St. Mark's. Jim Friel has a lot of young talent on this basketball team. 10 seconds left until we get to the break of the first game of the SL24 Memorial Classic here at the 76ers Fieldhouse. Got to get a shot off. Shot rejected, and that'll bring us to the end of the first half. 22-14 is the score. St. Mark's on top. But do not go anywhere at the half, because coming up next, a very special message from the founder of the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation and Shaun Locke's father, Chris Locke. Please don't miss hearing from Shaun's father about the mission and Shaun and more, and maybe the most important message you hear tonight. St. Mark's leads DMA at the break, and Chris Locke is coming up next.
When we're children, we're afraid of the dark. Our moms and our dads put a nightlight in our bedroom so that we can fall asleep peacefully and not be afraid of the dark. When we're in the dark, we're always looking for that light. Depression is a disease. And those who are suffering with this terrible disease are in the dark. Imagine going through your life in darkness, not knowing where the light is. That is what depression is like. And our young adults are dealing with depression at record numbers. The last year has not helped the situation. Our children are dealing with isolation, dealing with a world that none of us ever thought we'd be living in. And that makes mental illness and mental health such an issue today. SL24 is about helping those young adults that are in darkness. We're about showing them the light so that they don't have to live their lives in the dark. The reason why we named our foundation UnLocke the Light was we realized as families of Shaun, as friends of Shaun, that he was in a darkness, and it was so dark that it paralyzed him to be able to speak about what he was going through to his family and to his friends. We don't want other young people to have to suffer the way he suffered and the way so many other people suffer with battling depression, anxiety, and other mental illness. And that's why SL24 is here. And all of you, family, board members, the community, the business sponsors, you are all those ray of lights to help young adults out of the darkness. Through your support, we were able to take an idea, Shaun's house, and make it become a reality. All of you are helping those young adults who have walked through the door get that first step out of the darkness and into the light, to begin that honest conversation, to get the help they need. I'm Chris Locke, and I started SL24, but really SL24 is all of you people who have made this possible. SL24 is the vehicle to help our young adults get the help they need through this very dark time. As I said, all of you are the ray of lights to help our young adults. And we will always feel indebted and have immense gratitude for the support you have given us. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the award-winning Lighthouse Cove Event Center in Dewey Beach, the Mid-Atlantic's premier wedding venue destination, offering beach-inspired weddings, receptions, and special events on the Rehoboth Bay. Whether it's simple and understated or grand and elaborate, Lighthouse Cove Event Center delivers a once-in-a-lifetime wedding experience.
Hi, I'm Hillary May here at Shaun's house, and I wanted to tell you a little bit about what we do here. Shaun's house is a 24/7 peer support and wellness center in Newark, Delaware. We serve high school and college-age young adults going through big transitions and difficult periods of life to make sure that they have the support that they want or need to get them through some difficult times. We have a number of programs we offer, like a Survivors of Suicide support group or even a support group for parents who are supporting their children with mental illness. We also have a fabulous staff who ensures that there are always freshly baked cookies at the door when you come in. While Shaun's house isn't an emergency clinic, we are open 24/7, so if you knock on our door, someone will always be there to answer, to help support you and get you to the care that you might need. Unfortunately, the reality of mental health care is it might take 4 to 6 or even more weeks to get in with a therapist. But here at Shaun's house, we have a lot of connections to ensure that you can be seen by a mental health professional within 48 hours of coming through our door. Here at Shaun's House, we know that mental health and mental illness does not discriminate based on your age, your gender, or your socioeconomic status, which is why it's so important to us that everything we offer here is absolutely free. All of these things are why we at Shaun's House are so grateful for your support, for your donations, for watching this broadcast, and for being there for the people in your lives. Thank you so much from all of us.
Hi, I'm Reese Davis from ESPN's College Game Day. The SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation is doing remarkable and important work. I don't even know if work is the proper word. Maybe we should refer to it as a ministry to help those who are struggling with depression or self-harm issues or perhaps even suicidal thoughts. You know, it's so important to have someone to turn to in these times because everybody feels this way from time to time. Over the past year, I've had an opportunity to talk to numerous athletic directors and coaches around the country, and so many of them have told me that the mental health issues among their athletes are through the roof. And you would think this wouldn't be so with people in the prime of their lives. And on the one hand, it saddened me, and it certainly does, but it also heartened me in some ways because for these people, for the coaches, for the athletic directors to be aware of it, meant that the young men and women who were having these issues were willing to talk about it. And that's what this SL24 Foundation seeks to provide for all of us. You know, I know that it's easy to think that athletes or broadcasters have it made or whoever it might be that you admire and think they have everything they want. They couldn't possibly have any problems. But everyone at some point in their lives encounter issues that can be depressing. For me, I try to rely on my faith. I think being part of something bigger than I am and knowing that I have an eternal promise that's available to everyone is really important in terms of mental health. And many of you have probably been to weddings where they define love. And they say that love is patient and kind. It's not self-seeking. It always hopes. It always trusts. It always perseveres. But another thing in that passage it says is that it always protects. And I think that's what we're called on to do in this moment in time. And we have so many of our young people who are struggling with various issues. We have to protect each other. And the SL24 Foundation gives people an avenue to be able to help. And if you are one of the people struggling, I encourage you to reach out. And if you're one of the people who aren't struggling, be aware, be open, be ready to show true love and try to protect each other.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of UnLocke the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life's passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends in peace of mind. We are looking forward to hearing from anyone for a second opinion on their existing plans or to get started for those who haven't yet. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
Hi, welcome to Shaun's House. My name is Molly, I'm the Director of Operations. Let me show you around. So first we have the living room. This is a super cozy place. Everyone hangs out, does their homework. A lot of times this is where you'll find your peer specialists or any other visitors we have to the house. This is our lending library. So we have over 240 books in here donated just in the past year. They are about mental wellness, physical wellness, nutrition, finances. Some are fiction novels, anything that we thought would improve your wellness when you come to visit the house. Students can borrow them, take them home, check them out. We have a whole system for it. You just have to let someone know. We also have coloring books in here, art supplies, some games, and lots of resources for other local services that we support. This is one of our private side rooms. So this is where you can pull a peer aside to have one of those conversations, but you can also use it to write an essay or to do your homework, hang out with friends, anything that you want to use the space for. This is our game closet. We have a bunch of games in here for you to bring your roommates and play, for you to grab a peer and play, a staff member. We want you to be able to hang out, and we have lots of games to choose from. This is our community calendar. It features all sorts of upcoming events at the house, and all of our programming can be found on there whenever you're interested. Upstairs is completely off limits to the public. This is our residential area. It's how we're able to provide 24/7 support services. This is another one of those little side rooms, perfect for a conversation, and it's also where we host our virtual support services. This is our kitchen. So we always have all sorts of baked goods and other snacks ready in here. We have coffee, tea, hot chocolate, apple cider, whatever you want pretty much. We have sodas in the fridge. We just want to make sure everybody has what they need to be comfortable and happy. Outside you can see our mural in our backyard. Our parking's back there too. The mural was donated around opening from a local artist. And in the spring, when the weather warms up again, we'll set up our outdoor furniture, have our fire pit again, and we'll be able to have even more space for people to hang out and do their work. And this is our last stop. This is the dining room. It's popular as a workspace, and it's also where we host our dinners. Shaun's House is open 24/7. All of our services are free, and we're here for you whenever you need us.
Welcome back into the 76ers Fieldhouse. It's the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. St. Mark's Spartans and DMA Seahawks. And we are ready for second half action. I'm Scott Klatskin alongside Bill Harmon. St. Mark's up 22-14. Half of the scoring for the Spartans in the first half from Sophia Messick. She'll be inbounding the basketball now. What a great start to this basketball game. She hit a couple threes early on, end up with 3 triples in that first half.
She's done a great job of extending this DMA 2-3 defense. Very accurate, especially from the deep corner. And Riley Sullivan for DMA has done a nice job on the offensive glass. Very aggressive in being able to finish inside against this very difficult and physical man-to-man that St. Mark's plays.
So it was the 3 ball that helped out St. Mark's in that first half of basketball. They made 4 altogether with Berardi adding another one. And now they go to the inside, a missed layup, and Nadia Black will get the rebound. She's the point guard. She'll bring it all the way up the court. No one stops the ball. Getting all the way to the rim. Black almost got a 3-point play opportunity. Instead, she'll shoot a pair at the line. For Delaware Military Academy, it was Riley Sullivan leading the way. 8 points out of the 14 for the Seahawks in the first half of basketball.
She was dynamic on the offensive glass, as I mentioned. I've really been impressed with Nadia Black because she's pushed the ball well in transition. A very quick player. Fearless attacking bigger shot blockers inside.
Missed the free throw there. First attempt in this one. I believe the foul was on Messick. If it was, that's the 3rd on the sophomore. Messick with a rebound. Saw that close-up there of Black wearing the SL24 face covering. And if you want some merchandise like some that you'll see here, maybe a face covering like I'm wearing tonight during the broadcast, some T-shirts, great stuff with the SL24 Unlock the Light logo on it. It all goes to the amazing cause that is the Unlock the Light Foundation. Head to unlockthelight.com. And there's Messick again. Don't want to leave her open. Misfiring there, but she made the team pay in the first half. Jennifer Klump with the rebound.
Excellent movement of the ball, though, reversing the court and then going into the middle and kicking the ball out. A really nice scheme here employed by St. Mark's. Jimmy Field does an excellent job of coaching this ball club.
Off the window, off the mark. There's Black. She's been active in this second half early on, but couldn't get the putback to go. To be St. Mark's basketball.
St. Mark's very fortunate there. Black, a point guard, somehow finding her way in there to the weak side and securing the rebound. A lot of times players will force their action. Maybe they might be better served dribbling the ball out, especially if the other team has a big height advantage and can affect your shot.
Bounce pass to Messick off the mark, and St. Mark's turns it right back over. 22-14 lead for the Spartans, the alma mater of Shaun Locke. As we remember, Shaun, hope you stayed at halftime and saw that powerful message from Chris Locke, his dad, as Nadia Black goes off the window and in. And she's calling her own number a lot in this first half.
She certainly has a very capable ball handler, getting to wherever she wants right now. St. Mark's has got to do a better job of staying in front of Black.
12th point on the season for Black, the point guard. Junior at 5'2". Good ball movement by St. Mark's, and Messick can't find her mark yet here in the third quarter.
And that's her spot, and Coach Field's going to live with that shot. She's just going to have to be able to knock a few down or maybe go back inside first.
So carrying violation there by Nadia Black as she turns over. See a substitution, and here comes Lauren McDonald, the freshman. What a bright future she has as she checks into this basketball game. She had 4 in the first half of basketball.
And she did an excellent job with her on-the-ball defense. Stays down in her stance, arms extended, very active, doing a really good job of understanding the scouting report and playing terrific defense.
Coach tells us she's very quick for her size, moves well. We saw that for sure, especially on the defensive end. St. Mark's up 22-16, and a whistle as there's going to be a foul against Grayson Frost, her first. Grayson had 1 point on a free throw in the first half. She's averaged about 9 points per game, very important part of this DMA basketball team. And it's like a timeout's going to be taken by head coach Jim Friel, which gives us an opportunity to let you know that you can text right now, LOCK24, to 202-858-1233, and you can make a donation. You see a QR code on your screen right now. Scan that on your phone. You can donate that way. And I know, Bill, that there are St. Mark's parents watching this right now. Well, guess what, St. Mark's parents? We have an opportunity for you. Or maybe, any parents. Maybe this is your chance to send your son or daughter to St. Mark's High School, because at the auction on UnLockeTheLight.com, you have an opportunity to win tuition for a year's tuition. We're talking a $15,000 prize to go to St. Mark's High School. You're going to be paying it anyway. You might as well have your money go to this amazing cause. UnLockeTheLight.com is where you'll find the auction. Other great stuff. Drew Brees, an autographed jersey from Drew Brees is up there. So many great prizes that you can win for the auction. But my goodness, a year's tuition? I was floored when I saw that.
Well, I think that one will probably be the most aggressively contested and bid of any item on there. But what a great, generous donation.
I'm upset that my son isn't old enough to have that take effect. Or, I might get out the checkbook for it. As we get back in action, misfire by Allie McGonigal. And Alice Steele going back the other way, with St. Mark's having the advantage. Seahawks are up 4-0 to start. It's been all St. Mark's leading the rest of the way. We get here in the third quarter of action. Open for a jump shot, steps right into it. Good form. Off the mark. Sullivan can't secure the rebound for DMA despite a solid box out. It does end up out of bounds. It'll be DMA basketball. We'll see some more substitutions as Ellie Stanarowski will come back in. She runs the point. And we'll see Alyssa Cresto come in, the 5'5 sophomore. Really good shooter for this St. Mark's Spartan squad.
St. Mark's continues to play their man-to-man. They're picking up at half court, extending, trying to create some turnovers, some offense out of their defense.
Steal for St. Mark's. Quick hands of Ava Berardi. The ninth grader to the rim. Good take, everything but the finish. And here's Black running into traffic. There's going to be a reach-in foul on Berardi, her first.
Well, St. Mark's very intelligently has been attacking the zone, not only passing the ball around the perimeter and making the zone slide, but also going into the vacated high post area by flashing a post in there from the low block. That forces the zone to change its architecture. It's allowed for some open shots there, some good passes out to the corner, and that time a drive by McDonald. Unfortunately, she missed it, but a good concept by St. Mark's.
Inbound goes right to Sullivan, and a reach-in foul going to be called against St. Mark's. That's the third now on St. Mark's half.
Well, one thing that Jimmy Friel has always emphasized to his team is let's be aggressive, let's get out in passing lanes, let's be active at all times, trying to create confusion and disruption for their opponents.
Shot blocked there by St. Mark's, and it went off of the shooter's leg. Ellie Stanarowski gives it back to St. Mark's. 4:28 left to go. You can see in the bottom of your screen the score, but also how you can give. UnLockeTheLight.com/donate. Bill, so excited. I know you're going to be here tomorrow. I'm going to be watching you and Mike Corey call some action. We're going to hear from one of Shaun Locke's great friends and teammates. Barnett Harris is going to be here tomorrow, a player on that Delaware men's basketball championship team. And 6 games for the SL24 Memorial Classic, all coming up 2 tonight, 4 tomorrow. And not just any games, really, really solid matchups.
Well, absolutely, and we'll talk about those later. Barnett is going to work the sideline for us in the Sanford-Salesianum game. That's the 8 o'clock game, the final one of this long and wonderful weekend. But really excited to have him work with us. Barnett's been a great friend of ours, a terrific contributor to the Delaware program over the years. finishing up his law school degree down in Washington, D.C., a great place to be, as we all know, if you want to get into legal or to the political world, which he might do. But really, really looking forward to having Barnett with us tomorrow night.
Pair of buckets by number 20. First we saw Grayson Frost get to, and now Madeline Lennox. And they don't want to let Madeline Lennox get going. She's one of the top scorers for St. Mark's. That's her first bucket of the third quarter. Had 2 points in the first half. There's Frost now on the other end, losing it out of bounds. I believe we might set a record. I'll have to check on this. I don't know if the Guinness World Records have been around, but maybe the tallest sideline reporter in reported history, Barnett, getting close to that 7-foot mark. So we'll see. We'll make sure.
Barnett still looks like he's in great shape.
Right.
He's been telling me as we talk to one another over the last couple of years while he's been down there. He's a runner. He gets into the weight room still, and I think he even probably finds some pickup down there on some of those outdoor courts.
Probably dominating as the ball goes out of bounds. It'll be DMA basketball. I think it actually went to Larnett Harris, who's seated
showed off his
right
hands
now.
next to Aiden Locke, Shaun's brother.
What an amazing story that was last year too. Is Aiden Locke played at St. Mark's and hit a 3-point shot in the SL24 Memorial Classic. You have to feel like Shaun was watching it and looking over his little brother as that ball went in.
Well, he may have taught him that shooting stroke. Aiden was a terrific contributor to our program for the 4 years he was at St. Mark's. A terrific defender, always had a smile on his face, always very upbeat, and certainly that had to be a great moment for him making that shot last year.
Berardi missing on her shot, 2:46 and ticking in this third quarter of action. To Jaden Smith, bring the ball up the court, tugging on her mask and keeping her dribble alive. Not easy to do. All the players making adjustments this year as the ball is going to go out of bounds. And, whether it's tonight, the little bit longer court, we mentioned 84 feet for high school. This is 94 that the G League plays with, or having to adjust to playing with the mask. I think a lot of these players are certainly just happy that they're able to play this year, that's for sure. Because for a while, it was unknown.
I don't think there's any doubt to that. The enthusiasm that I see at our practices, from what I hear from other coaches and other programs, this is obviously a crazy world, a crazy time with the COVID, but I think the kids have been unbelievably resilient. They come to practice every day ready to work. They've played very hard in the games all throughout the state. Some very competitive ball games, some teams really playing very well, some surprising teams, and then some others that I think the COVID disrupts a little bit.
And then you can see on your screen how to donate to the SL24 Foundation. You can go online, you can text, you can scan the QR code that's on your screen. They made it very simple for you to do it, whatever way you'd prefer, whether you're hitting the keyboards on your computer or your phone, or just take a picture. It'll bring you up to the ability to donate. And as we take a break, always a good mention or a good time to mention what this is all about, and that's helping the community. Shaun's House, which opened in October, already over 600 visits to Shaun's House, just helping out the community, being there, having people to talk to. Molly Fulton, Director of Operations, you saw her at halftime talk to us about Shaun's House and everything that's doing. But if you or someone you know is experiencing a mental health emergency, first off, please call 911. If you need help beyond that, the number for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is 800-273-TALK, and TALK is 8255. So that's 800-273-8255. The crisis text line, you can text HOME to 741-741. And that's what we're doing today, is raising funds for the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation, who helps people in need that are battling right now with suicide or self-harm or depression, and also taking away the stigma of it's okay to talk about it. If you need help, Shaun's House is there. And just love that we get to be a part of this tonight, Bill.
Absolutely, Scott. And the response to the Shaun's House project down in Newark, the University of Delaware, has just been absolutely outstanding.
Foul called, and outstanding ball movement that time. They worked it around, they found their target, and got a player to head to the free throw line. That's Madeline Lennox, who will shoot a pair.
I've been impressed, though, with DMA's defense. St. Mark's, as you just mentioned, has done a nice job of reversing the ball side to side. They've also used the post in and out. They've made some threes, but DMA still hanging in here. They've done a good job of kind of changing the zone a little bit to try to match up with St. Mark's attack, but at the same time, they just need to be a little bit more consistent down at the offensive end to see if they can crawl back into this game.
First free throw good from Madeline Lennox. What a very good free throw shooter Madeline Lennox is. 12 of 14 on the season, coming in 86% from the line. And when you look at her routine at the line and the form, you know exactly why she shoots so well. The old broadcaster jinxes she misses the second, but just a beautiful-looking form from that free throw line.
She's a veteran. She's been at Jimmy Friel's program for 4 years, works very hard at her trade.
Frost going coast to coast. A senior, talk about a 4-year player. She got the steal, turned into a bucket, and that's her second basket here in the second half. Grayson Frost, double figures twice this season. She scored 12 points against Charter, 10 points against Ursuline, and she has her team within 5. 25-20 is the count as we work our way towards 1 minute left here in the third quarter. Good ball movement again, and St. Mark's is really finding their spots now offensively.
McDonald made a great pass inside, and the St. Mark's has used some terrific movement. That time Lennox came from the opposite elbow, cutting down. The zone just couldn't find her. Nice pass by McDonald, but continued good movement in and out of the post by all the St. Mark's players.
Madeline Lennox, team's second leading scorer, double figures against Ursuline this year. Had 10 points in that contest. She's got 5 now in the second half. Here in the third quarter, under a minute left.
I've been impressed with St. Mark's' ability to reverse the ball. They get it to their shooters, who are always shot ready. And McDonald, to me, has been an extraordinary find here by Jimmy Friel with some great substitution for her minutes.
Sullivan and air ball. That was Cresto with the shot along the baseline. One of the top shooters on this team. She had 15 in a game against Padua earlier in the year. That was her first bucket in this one. And now, under a minute, St. Mark's going on a late run in the third quarter. Can also take the final shot of this third frame.
And they certainly want to do that to not enable DMA to get an opportunity at the other end.
What a solid basketball player we were watching in 9th grader Lauren McDonald. I have been very impressed. She hit what will be likely, although I don't count out DMA with 0.7 left, the final basket, but a very late run. That's a 6-0 run in the final few seconds of this third quarter. Really extend their lead before he hit the fourth.
Great passing, attacking the zone. McDonald been a huge force here. I've been very impressed with her poise for only a freshman playing at such a big moment.
Ball knocked out of bounds, and that'll end the third quarter of action as we head to the fourth. St. Mark's up 31-20. You're watching the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. We're going to take a quick timeout. While we do, why don't you text LOCK24 to 202-858-1233, and we'll be back with the start of the fourth quarter.
You're watching the third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic to raise awareness surrounding mental health and to provide services and the development of Shaun's House. You can donate now to the SL24 Foundation by visiting unlockthelight.com/donate by texting LOCK24 to 202-858-1233 or by scanning this QR code now with your phone. Thank you for your support of the SL24 Foundation.
Tavernic Rustic Italian, it's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic from the 76ers Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware is being brought to you by 94.7 WDSD, iHeartRadio, IAI Insurance Associates Incorporated, and by Mount Aviat Academy.
Beautiful drone shots to the 76ers Fieldhouse here in Wilmington, Delaware. It's the third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. St. Mark's leads 31-20. Great late run by the Spartans, a 6-0 run, in fact, to advance their lead in double figures.
Well, Scott, they played excellent defense throughout the quarter, and they've done a great job with their ball movement against the zone and some terrific long-range shooting by Messick and Cresto.
Good ball movement by the Spartans. There's McDonald. Squares, releases. Looked good off the hands, but into the arms of Kara Osborne, the 5'9" junior for DMA. Andrew Castagna's team down 11. They have some work to do here. 1-4 coming into this one. Lost 3 in a row. Beat Red Lion in their second game of this season. St. Mark's, they split their last 2. Beat Red Lion and lost to Delmarva Christian before coming into this one. And a quick timeout here, taking to start this fourth quarter of action, as Coach Castagna doesn't want to get this game too far into the way of the St. Mark's Spartans. A quick
it's
timeout.
a nice
so we'll
timeout to settle his team down, Scott, but also St. Mark's has extended their defense, now picking up just beyond the timeline. They're really good at doing that. It's important that DMA gets organized here, a good side out of bounds entry, and then also run a nice set play here coming out of the timeout against this man-to-man.
Always remember, as we remember our friend Shaun Locke, you can donate by going to unlockthelight.com/donate. And a couple of threes in that second half. Sophia Messick was really hitting in that first half of basketball. And Bill, you always said when we were broadcasting games, and Shaun was a member of the basketball team, you know, some injuries got the best of Shaun in that summer of 2012 before coming into Amante Ross's ball club. He had to sit out that first freshman year. But you had always told me, man, one of just the greatest shots that you've seen at St. Mark's, and never a shot he didn't like.
It was so smooth. It was silk-like. He had an excellent, consistent stroke, used his lower body extremely well to prepare for the shot, knew where his spots were. But at the same time, being a great shooter, he was a terrific teammate. He shared the ball very willingly. He would always make the extra pass. He knew how to get his shot off, especially in the clutch. But I'll tell you what, his teammates loved playing with him, and I loved coaching him.
And you could tell that his teammates loved him as DMA gets a steal. Maybe none greater than the moment in 2015-16 when he hit on a 4-point play against Bradley as the ball goes inside. Nice movement and a finish by Riley Sullivan, who's now in double figures. Shaun Locke hit a 3 at the end of a game for University of Delaware against Bradley. It might have been my biggest call of the season.
I've never heard you more excited.
You know, and that's because there wasn't a guy that was easier to root for than Shaun Locke. The bench exploded. They were excited. I think he fell, and because his teammates were hugging him, you would think he had just won a shot to win the championship. That's how big of a shot it was, and not because a walk-on made a shot. There's been a lot of three-pointers made by walk-on players, and he did go on to earn a scholarship at the University of Delaware, but it was because Shaun made a shot, and everyone rooted for Shaun, and I don't think I'll ever forget that play. I know my producers were upset because the mic was over-modulated because I'm screaming and we're up by 20 points or whatever it was, but I don't think I'll ever forget that shot.
Well, I know I wasn't upset. I love the call, and I still remember it, but you make a great point about how much his teammates respected him, how much they rooted for him. Shaun had some injuries, not only in high school but at the University of Delaware, but he was always there. He was getting his rehab. He'd come out to the court if he couldn't participate. There were many times, Scott, that I would see him at practice when he was just kind of dragging that injured leg around, but he was always so resilient and so tough, and I think he just earned the respect and the admiration of anyone that ever played with him or against him.
Sullivan drawing contact. He happened to also play for a couple of the very best Delaware basketball teams in the history of the program. So we had some good guys ahead of him. Devon Sadler, the school's all-time leading scorer, played with Shaun. Davon Usher, single-season record holder for points in a year. Played with the all-time three-point shooter and Kyle Anderson at Delaware. So he was part of some really memorable teams, Shaun. And now we remember him. It's the third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. You see at the bottom of your screen, unlockthelight.com/donate as Riley Sullivan. Really, the free throw line's the only place where she has struggled. 10 points leading this team at Delaware Military Academy. Senior had 14 points coming into this one and nearly hitting that mark in this game alone. So she's played really well tonight for the Seahawks, who find themselves down by 9.
You mentioned she was a volleyball player, a really good athlete, has excellent body control. She moves extremely well on the court.
She can jump, too. I saw her approach jump at 9 feet. So she's almost dunking a basketball getting up there on that volleyball court. One more foot, and watch out for her on a breakaway opportunity.
as St. Mark's continues to work the ball around. You rarely see, in both programs, boys basketball, girls basketball, you rarely see a forced shot from the Spartans ball club.
Well, I know Jimmy Friel preaches that all the time, though he likes his players, as does Coach Santa of the St. Mark's men's program, to feel the freedom to shoot, but I've always believed over there you want to make the extra pass, make the next shot even better. Many times you'll get an early look at the basket. It might not be the best one. We'd rather have the defense move a little bit more, play a little bit harder, tire them out a little bit. And I think that's one thing Coach Friel and Coach Santa really preach. And the players not only buy in, but do a great job of being very receptive to that type of coaching.
Lennox, we talked about her form from the free throw line, elbow in. Follow through, and she makes both. Madeline Lennox. Always hustling out there, Coach tells us. Good leader, always looking for her teammates, getting everybody involved. And now the officiating crew going to talk together. It's DeVerl Wilson and Melissa Gregg having a chat with St. Mark's up by 10. 5:28 left in this first basketball game. We're having another. The boys basketball team from St. Mark's will take on Archmere at the 8 o'clock tip. Officials getting together. It's been fun so far, and I know it's going to be fun all afternoon tomorrow. 2 o'clock it starts, and it goes all the way into the night. 4 basketball games for UnLocke the Light, the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. And I know you'll be calling the games with Mike Corey, who does a phenomenal job, an ESPN broadcaster, and you'll be able to share stories tomorrow with Shaun. And I know I'm having a blast talking about Shaun and his life and how everybody can help out. Remember him and Shaun's house.
Well, I'm going to miss you tomorrow, but I'm certainly looking forward to working with Mike Corey, a real pro, just like you are, and then Barnett Harris doing our sideline reporting for the last game of the evening. But it starts off at 2 o'clock with St. George's versus William Penn.
Foul on the floor as Frost will go to the free throw line. Grayson Frost. Strong rebounder, you could see it there. Coach Castagna really likes her presence on the inside. And also a very good softball player. We talked about Riley Sullivan being a two-sport athlete with volleyball. Grayson Frost, your teammate. You know, you feel for all those spring sport players from 2020, and they missed a year, and looks like because football and the other fall sports and now the winter sports are on track, hopefully Grayson and her teammates can get out there. She was a very successful pitcher on that 2019 team.
Well, I was really happy that the state went ahead with playing football in the fall, because that then opens up a full spring season for the athletes that missed the entire season last year due to the COVID striking in the middle of March. So really great decision by Dia, and I think it was great to get that part in. Basketball is not going to play a full schedule. We're going to play somewhere around 14 games plus the playoffs, and I just think it was a wonderful decision and allow the spring sports to open up for a full season, hopefully.
I talked to Dr. Michael Axe, who's on one of the committee. He said you can credit volleyball. It was great that football was able to play a full season, but he said you can credit volleyball for making basketball happen, because they had to test out an indoor sport, and because volleyball did so well and was successful, it really opened the door to be able to play a basketball season, which we're seeing here. And with 4.5 left, the DMA making a charge. They've cut this St. Mark's lead down to 7.
Well, DMA's been able to get out of the open court and be successful with a couple of long-range misses by St. Mark's. Sometimes those shots that rebound out act almost like a turnover where the other team can immediately take advantage in transition. But you talked about Michael Axe and the committee. They just done a marvelous job, not only with all the protocols and the mitigation suggestions, but they've just been around to be consultants throughout the fall. And I worked some football games with Michael Axe, and just a really smart guy who always has the kids' best interest at heart.
Ball goes out of bounds. We'll see a substitution as Jennifer Klump will come in. Klump only a freshman for Coach Castagna's ball club. About halfway through this fourth quarter of action, St. Mark's, they trailed 4-0. They've led since, went on an 11-0 run thanks to Sophia Messick early on, and they've had the lead since that early part of the first quarter. A strip there, and good defense by Ellie Cummings.
Well, St. Mark's has done a good job defending Klump. Jennifer is a really good long-range shooter, very active offensively, had a nice move along the baseline on a little back door to open up the game. So St. Mark's has adjusted and played pretty good defense on her. She can score and is one of the leading players for DMA.
A reminder, we want you to get involved. We want you to comment. We want you to chat. If you're watching on YouTube, Facebook,
Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know a story about Shaun. As there's a whistle on the floor and a traveling violation. But good to see Connor Day. He's rooting for St. Mark's. And Michael Igo's excited to be watching the game. We have everybody watching on YouTube. Hello to everyone. And let us know your thoughts on the broadcast. And share a Shaun memory if you can. Jump shot is up, and it rattles through. Ava Berardi with the basket, her first of the second half, and a 10-point lead once again for St. Mark's.
Berardi's been really impressive, really known for her defense. Has been an offensive dynamo here this evening with some good long-range shooting and doing a great job of moving the ball around the perimeter.
How about that pass by Nadia Black? She was looking for a shot as we open up the third quarter, now finding a teammate, but that was a heck of a dish as there's a turnover by Ellie Cummings. But I know you liked Nadia Black, as did I. Good ball player.
Nadia Black is a defensive whiz. She's very quick, runs the court well, not only can score in the open court in transition, but also a willing distributor.
See the dump off there, and Grayson Frost with the finish.
Impressed with Frost, though. She has really nice footwork inside, keeps the basketball high when she goes up into her shot. Has really, though, struggled a little bit here in the first half, is starting to come into her offensive prowess here in the second.
Timeout taken on the floor, so with 3:19 remaining and St. Mark's up 36-28. Now is a good time to remind those St. Mark's parents that are watching this, you can win tuition to St. Mark's for a whole year by going to the auction page at unlockthelight.com. Think about this. You're paying for it anyway. I mean,
so you might as well bid for it,
You might
right?
as well. I mean, if you can get a tuition to the school that your son or daughter are going to, what an amazing prize that is. I'm so impressed. And, of course, St. Mark's games going on. You can see how you can donate to SL24. We got the girls basketball team in the lead right now, and St. Mark's will go for the sweep tonight as they take on a very good Archmere basketball team. It's all for SL24. Unlock the Light. Shaun's House opening up in the fall of 2020. Helping out the community. Already over 600 visits to Shaun's House, and that'll continue to grow and grow and grow. And we thank you for watching tonight and contributing to the cause. Some contact there as to Jaden Smith got bumped. Stay with DMA, and DMA down by 8 here. They trail by as many as 11 in this contest. But they're going to have to find some offense quickly. And usually when they do that, they go to Grayson Frost, perhaps Jennifer Klump. Klump just didn't have the angle on that take. But there's Black, the hustle. She's having a heck of a half. Fadeaway jump shot off the mark. And in traffic, Frost draws contact. She's not done yet. She'll go to the free throw line.
Well, if there's been a good part of the DMA attack has been their offensive rebounding. They've done a great job of getting an extra rebounder into the lane. That time Black down on the ground makes the pass. They've really played very hard here this evening.
Frost missing the free throw. If it does come down to DMA needing a 3 at the end of the game, Kara Osborne has made 3 3-pointers on the season. Jennifer Klump has made 4 3-pointers on the season. Kara Osborne made a pair against Red Lion and another against Charter. So if they do need to start hitting the 3 ball, those are the names that DMA is going to turn to.
And they probably should be looking for that. They don't want to just rely on the 3, but St. Mark's has done a nice job of extending their defense and making sure if they do take a 3, it's going to be heavily contested.
Good pass again by McDonald. Working the ball around that perimeter. Open look. Jump shot off the mark. And Frost, really good rebounder. Going to take the board, try to go coast to coast with it. Nice job getting back on defense by Mackenzie Beamer to knock it out of bounds. It'll stay with St. Mark's, but preventing the fast break opportunity.
Well, Beamer did a great job there of hustling back on defense, running behind the ball and being able to knock it away from the lefty Frost as she was trying to advance the ball into the lane.
Frost, tallest player. Pass to Sullivan, who's had a great game. Sullivan can't connect, nor can Frost on the offensive rebound. A couple of opportunities for points in the paint there. And now McDonald. 2.5 minutes left. St. Mark's trying to even up their record on the year. They're 3-4 coming in.
I wouldn't be surprised if St. Mark's maybe takes a timeout here, talks about withdrawing the ball, forcing DMA to come out of that zone, play man-to-man, where St. Mark's might be able to attack, either to get fouled and get to the free throw line or get a layup only at this stage of the game.
There's a turnover for St. Mark's, giving it back to DMA. Now we'll see some full court pressure. And they'll back off. See Messick back into the game. Leading scorer for St. Mark's on the evening. Black, good ball handler. Gets it up off the mark, though, and Messick will control. 2 minutes left in this one. Game 1 of 6 over the weekend in this SL24 Memorial Classic. And now Nadia Black with the steal. Takes it for the layup, but missed the straightaway layup opportunity. That would have been big. Would have cut this one to 5. Instead, St. Mark's controls.
Well, a nice play by Black, just not being able to convert at the other end, but I've loved her aggressive play. She's been on the floor. She's been an offensive rebounder, done a nice job defensively, creating some havoc.
Yeah, I was watching a Duke basketball game the other night. Jordan Goldwire did the same exact thing. So it comes at all levels. Sometimes it's tough. You got that defender chasing you, and you just lose your timing a little bit on those fast break opportunities. It happens to everybody.
Well, you're absolutely right. The defense, you might take a look around, and you just get caught sometimes going off the wrong foot or just sometimes exploding too horizontally and not vertically enough up to the basket to finish.
Just 90 seconds left in this one, or a little under 90 seconds. DMA 1-4 on the season. Got off to a good start. St. Mark's answered, and it's been St. Mark's on top throughout. Now they have a chance. See if DMA fouls, tries to put St. Mark's at the free throw line. They're a very good free throw shooting team. No shot clock in the high school basketball game. So
DMA has a foul to give as well and probably should be fouling here.
To Jaden Smith had another idea. She got the block shot, the tie up. The arrow is to St. Mark's, though.
Well, we've always talked to our players that a jump ball possession, changing the arrow, is worth a point at some time during the game. So a nice job there by St. Mark's to get the possession arrow in their direction.
And there is that timeout you talked that Jim Friel might take. Jim Friel himself, an all-state basketball player at St. Mark's. Shannon Friel on the staff as well. Played volleyball at Wilmington University. Heck of a basketball player as well at Christiana High School. And this is a team that looks pretty good out there, and they're very close to securing a victory. We want you to follow Shaun Locke's foundation, the SL24 Unlock the Light, on social. You can do it at Unlock the Light on Twitter, on Facebook. You can watch, as you likely are right now, on YouTube, and of course the Instagram page at Unlock the Light. We want to hear from you. Make sure you chat with us as you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. And after this one, we've got a boys basketball game tonight as well. St. Mark's boys basketball will be taking on Archmere. And Bill, I appreciate you sitting with me to call this game. I'm not comfortable calling games with anybody but you, of course. So you're my partner in crime as we do Delaware basketball games as well. I know you're an assistant on the team, but hopefully they'll be all right. I know you coached them up this week.
Well, I don't know about that. Archmere is going to be a really tough challenge. They're playing as good a basketball right now as anybody in the state. They're 5-1. They've got 2 excellent shooting guards. They've got big men that really attack the glass and move extremely well. So it'll be a very difficult challenge for the St. Mark's men's team, but hopefully they'll play one of their better games of the year, and they'll need to against a very, very sharp and well-coached Archmere team.
That's coming up 20 minutes after this one, depending on when it ends, or right at 8 o'clock. We'll have coverage for you as there's a shot fired up by Alyssa Cresto. She'll go to the free throw line where she is 2 of 2 on the season. And as long as St. Mark's takes care of themselves from the line, as they've done all year long, 42 of 59 on the year coming in, they'll improve to 4-4 on the season, and they'll have won 2 of their last 3.
And it's so important in these tight games that are battled down to 1 or 2 possessions in the fourth quarter that you're able to make your free throws. St. Mark's has done that throughout the season. Unfortunately, the men's team has not shot the ball as well from the free throw line, so that's been a big area of concentration by Coach Sena and the rest of the staff, and that will be one of the keys tonight. Archmere men's team is a very good free throw shooting team and do it in volume.
And now after 2 free throws made, nearly a steal, as they'll say Lennox was out of bounds along the baseline.
Well, St. Mark's continues to apply full court pressure here. Jimmy Friel just wants to disrupt and maybe even create a turnover here as DMA tries to fight back.
38 points for St. Mark's, 3 above their season average. They're averaging 35 points per game, so a good offensive showing
for the Spartans as Jaden Smith gets one up at the rim, draws contact, and she'll go to the free throw line, where she is 3 of 3 on the season, the 5'7" junior guard for the Seahawks.
And that's one of the problems when you press at the end of the game, especially when you're up. There's an opportunity for a ball handler in space, especially on this big court, to go by. That draws the help too early. It might create a foul. Many times you might want to sit back at the three-point line, not allow any threes, don't foul any drivers, and force them to take contested shots.
Some substitutions as Andrew Castagna going to make sure everybody that came to the 76ers Fieldhouse gets a chance to play at the 76ers Fieldhouse. As Sophia Gamba-Corder going to come onto the floor. Savannah Dare on the court as well. Seeing Sophia Manuel back in the game, and Michaela Charno playing for Delaware Military Academy now as well. 8-point lead for the Spartans. They'll likely try to hold this until the Seahawks put them in the bonus.
And I would think here only get fouled. That's the only shot that should be taken here in this last 30 seconds.
That's a heady play right there. There was an opportunity to shoot it from Grace Lehan, and she didn't. She passed up the opportunity, worked the clock, and worked the ball around. Now Lauren McDonald losing her footing. Surprised DMA didn't foul here.
I guess they thought it was going to be hard to find a way to score 8 points in the last 30 seconds, letting the game play out. A very impressive performance here defensively, and construction of their offensive attack was St. Mark's. Jimmy Field's got to be very proud of his team here tonight.
So a 38-30 final in game number 1 for the St. Mark's Spartans. They get the victory, improve their record of 4-4 on the season. The Seahawks drop to 1-5 on the year. Bill, we got another one coming up. It's the boys basketball's turn. St. Mark's girls got it done. Now the boys will take on Archmere Academy. That's coming your way at 8 o'clock. It's just the start of the SL24 Memorial Classic from the 76ers Fieldhouse. Game 2 is on its way in 20 minutes, so stay with us to learn more about Shaun, find ways to donate, and hear stories and messages from board members, friends, celebrities, coaches, and a whole lot more. It's all leading up to St. Mark's versus Archmere boys basketball coming your way very soon. Stay here. St. Mark's a winner, 38-30 in game number 1. You're watching the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic.
Unfortunately, the stigma surrounding depression, suicide, and other mental illnesses has led to a lot of mental health myths. But today, we're here to bust some for you.
Myth number 1, talking about suicide or saying the word suicide could put the idea in someone's head.
This is false. Saying the word suicide will not put the idea in someone's head. It's actually a really important question to ask. If someone's not considering suicide, they'll let you know. But if they are thinking about suicide, you've just asked the most important question that you could possibly ask.
Myth number 2, suicidal ideation is a yes or no situation.
This is actually false too. Most people experiencing suicidal ideation have a broad spectrum of experiences. This can be things like thinking about what the world might be like if they weren't there anymore, or wondering what it would be like to sleep forever, all the way up until actually creating a plan and coming up with means to end their life. So not everyone is at the far end of the spectrum, but it's important that we talk to them at the beginning to prevent them from getting to the end in the first place.
Myth number 3, people who are experiencing suicidal ideation wish to end their life.
This is also false. People experiencing suicidal ideation are often ambivalent about taking their own life. Part of them really wants to live. They have great things going on in their life many times, but they're at a crisis point where there's such unbearable emotional pain that the only thing they can think about is ending that pain, sort of like a tunnel vision. So we have to remember that there's 2 sides and help them get through that crisis.
No matter what, having honest conversations with people you care about is the best way to start.
The question I have then for you, future Spartan, is how will you achieve excellence at St. Mark's High School? At St. Mark's, we pursue excellence in every endeavor, be it in the classroom, be it on the field, be it on the court, be it on stage. With our limitless opportunities at St. Mark's, we have something for everyone, which allows you to truly be the best version of you that you can be. At St. Mark's, you will be educated, you will be challenged, you will be cared for by a first-class faculty and staff. At St. Mark's High School, we have embraced our vision to serve as the premier center for education and ministry. And as a result, we have experienced explosive growth unmatched by any school, Catholic or private, in the state of Delaware. We encourage you to come learn more about the Spartan Way. Give us a call. Come visit our beautiful 50-acre campus. And I have no doubt that you will quickly learn why St. Mark's High School truly is the place to be.
Welcome to the award-winning Lighthouse Cove Event Center in Dewey Beach, the Mid-Atlantic's premier wedding venue destination, offering beach-inspired weddings, receptions, and special events on the Rehoboth Bay. Whether it's simple and understated or grand and elaborate, Lighthouse Cove Event Center delivers a once-in-a-lifetime wedding experience.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of UnLocke the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends in peace of mind. We are looking forward to hearing from anyone for a second opinion on their existing plans or to get started for those who haven't yet. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
Welcome back to the third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. Now here with the founder of the foundation and, of course, Shaun's father, Chris Locke. Great to see you. And seriously, hats off from the beginning to everything that you, family and friends, and everybody involved that has done here in such a short amount of time. It's pretty remarkable when you look at it. Just over 2 years.
It's awe-inspiring. It really is an effort of the entire community. That recognizes the problems that we're facing with mental illness, especially with our young adults. And, we're humbled and very grateful for all those who have helped get the message out about SL24 and UnLocke the Light. Whether it's sponsors, the board members, people who volunteer for the organization, all of them are a critical part of the success that SL24 has had.
How about for the people that are watching, that see what we're doing, that see what this is all about, but really don't know or didn't know Shaun and his story? Who was your son? What was he all about?
He was a great kid. The son that every father would hope for. He was a kid that just always had a smile on his face. As he grew up, he was this 6'4", gigantic athlete with big arms and would just give you these bear hugs, and you just knew you were loved by just the way he treated everybody. And he had a heart of gold, and that's why it was so tough to lose him the way we lost him, because he never expressed what he was going through, that he was suffering with depression and anxiety, that he didn't feel like he could have that honest conversation to ask for the help that he so desperately needed. And that's the thing about depression. It really, it's a disease that paralyzes the person who is dealing with depression to not be able to verbalize that he or she needs help.
When you and your family and friends and their lives changed forever when this happened, when did you start this? When did this all come together? When did you finally get the vision, for Shaun's house, which we are sitting in right now and is now going to provide so much help to so many people? When did all this kind of start?
Well, the basketball event, actually started from Shaun's friend Trevor Cooney, who called me up a few months after we lost Shaun and said, I want to really do something to honor Shaun. One of the last things Shaun did was get Trevor a job at Puccini Poland, and Trevor is one of the people running the 76ers field house. So Trevor wanted to do something, and to be perfectly honest, at the time I wasn't ready for it, but Trevor really wanted to honor his friend. So we said, okay, well, Shaun loved basketball. Let's try to coordinate a message about mental health and basketball together. And it was supposed to be just a one-night event. This wasn't supposed to be a foundation and all that. It was supposed to be one night, raise some money, and give it to a nonprofit. But we saw the outpouring from the community. Over 3,000 people came to the first event, and we thought, wow, there's something here that we need to do for our community. And then how Shaun's house came about was I had done a high school presentation, and a woman called me the night after the presentation, and she was dealing with her son, and it was a Saturday, and she had no place to take her son to get the help that she wanted to get him. And spoke to her for about an hour and a half. I hung up the phone, and I said to my wife, I think I know what I want to do. Let's create a place. And we call it Shaun's house, where kids, young adults, 14 to 24, can come in and begin that honest conversation to get the help they need to battle with whatever mental illness they're battling with. And that's how Shaun's house was created. It came from that one phone call.
It's amazing. We're sitting here today, opened up on September 24th. I know a lot you like to do with his former number 24, and that was this past September. October 1st, doors open. And then I almost feel like every time that I speak to you, you have another story of another person that, this house and through your foundation that you've helped save. That, it's got to be so rewarding. Like, what happens when you walk through that door? Here at 136 West Main.
Right. Well, and this, this was his house. I mean, Shaun's house isn't just a name. This was literally where Shaun lived his sophomore, junior, and senior year at the University of Delaware. So this living room that we're sitting in is where he hung out with his friends, Mike Igo and Dan McDermott and Tutsalo and all those guys that were part of this house. And, when someone comes into this house is exactly when Shaun lived here. When someone walked in, they would say, hey, come on in, you're welcome. And that's kind of what we're trying to do here. So when a young adult comes in, we make sure we greet them and we say, thank you so much for coming in. And we kind of explain what the concept is. And sometimes they'll just grab a cup of coffee and a cookie and that's it. But other times they'll talk to one of our Peer 24 support members, or they'll go in the library and do some research on the many books that we have about mental health. And it just begins creating that safe haven so that people can begin that honest conversation.
But that's what I like best about what your foundation has created. You've raised so much money through the years right now, and that's what this basketball tournament this weekend is hoping to do as well. But we know where it goes. There's so many places and so many things that you can donate to out there, but the money from what you raise for the tournament and throughout the year goes to help fund Shaun's house so that people can come in free of charge to get that help. Right?
Exactly right. I mean, I'm a business person, so I run the nonprofit like a business person. I want to make sure that every dollar that's been entrusted to us goes to the message and the mission of SL24, which is help those young adults get the help they need, to educate young adults about mental health and remove the stigma about mental illness. And we're very blessed that we have some great volunteers at the house as well as employees of the house that are really passionate about the message that we're trying to create here and to help the people in the community. And I personally take every dollar that's donated as an act of faith that we're going to do what we promised that we said we're going to do, which is to fulfill the mission of SL24, educate, support, and assist. And that's what we do every day.
Well, we're doing a great job, and we're just thankful to be a part of it and help you with that cause. So thanks so much, Chris.
Well, we're honored. We're honored, Mike and your whole team, Jimmy Smith. You guys have been phenomenal, and we are just so grateful that you are part of our team.
Well, thank you so much, and we will definitely keep it going. We will be back with more of the third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic right after this.
Hi, this is Dan Shulman from ESPN, and I wanted to say a few words about the UnLocke the Light Foundation, honoring the memory of Shaun Locke. Now, maybe more than ever, mental health is incredibly important, and I think all of us have come to realize how much of a struggle so many people, especially young people, are having with mental health issues during the pandemic. And I think all of us, as we get older too, I'm a father of 4 and understand tremendously how important mental health is in young people right now. And to have something like the UnLocke the Light Foundation and Shaun's House, a safe place for young people to go to and talk to people about the issues that they're feeling, is incredibly important. Nothing is more important than mental health. Sometimes we forget about that during certain times, but I think now, again, more than ever, we all understand and realize and need to keep remembering that we all need to deal with our mental health issues. We all have struggles, and it's okay to admit you have struggles. It's a sign of strength to admit that you have struggles. But we all need to be aware of these to help ourselves and to help others. So for all the great folks at the UnLocke the Light Foundation, thank you for all the great work you're doing. For young people, go talk to somebody. You'll feel better as soon as you do it. You'll get qualified help, and share your issues with somebody. There's always someone who's willing to listen, and that's what the UnLocke the Light Foundation is doing. Stay strong, everybody. Stay positive. There's always someone out there who can help you, and we'll all get through this together. All the best.
Tavernic Rustic Italian, it's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
As a coach, you're not supposed to admit you have a favorite player. It's like being a parent. As a parent, you're not supposed to admit you have a favorite child. As a coach, you're not supposed to admit you have a favorite player. But Shaun was a favorite. And I say that with confidence, knowing I'm not offending the others, because Shaun was everybody's favorite. He was a favorite of his teammates, of his coaches, of the support staff, of the fans. Shaun was a favorite of everybody in the athletic department that knew him. And everybody really on campus at UD that knew him, he was a favorite. Shaun was the favorite. When I think of Shaun, which is quite often, and I look at his picture in my office every day, what stands out and has always stood out with Shaun is his smile. That was his light. Shaun's smile was his light. And he would shine that light on us every single day. It didn't matter if it was a good day or a bad day. Shaun was there with that smile. And that smile provided us with the warmth and the light that we needed on that particular day and in that particular situation. Now to see the Locke family and so many others doing just awe-inspiring work with the UnLocke the Light Foundation. From their events to the SL24 tournament, to Shaun's House, to all the initiatives, and to the countless individuals and families they are having an impact on a daily basis. This is a major responsibility they're taking on. They're providing a safe haven and a sense of community for so many that desperately need it in difficult times in our world and in their own individual lives. Really, this is Shaun's legacy. It's a legacy that we all have a responsibility to uphold. And we honor Shaun through providing the light and the warmth that he provided with his smile to all of us, whether it's through UnLocke the Light Foundation events and initiatives or through our own daily personal interactions with everyone we come across. We are required to honor Shaun and his legacy by providing that same light and that same warmth that he provided all of us in all of our interactions with Shaun.
You're watching the 3rd annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic to raise awareness surrounding mental health and to provide services and the development of Shaun's House. You can donate now to the SL24 Foundation by visiting unlockthelight.com/donate, by texting LOCK24 to 202-858-1233, or by scanning this QR code now with your phone. Thank you for your support of the SL24 Foundation.
Hi, my name is Martin Inglesby, head basketball coach at the University of Delaware, and I am honored and humbled to be a part of the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation and all the great work that they're doing in our campus community. The mental health is such an important topic that our student athletes face today, and to know that there's a place on our campus, Shaun's house, to support these individuals is very, very special. I want to thank all those people that are involved, that are willing to lend a helping hand, that are there to support, there to educate, give these individuals tools to get them out of a tough situation. Just know that asking for help is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of strength. And everybody needs a friend from time to time. So if you're struggling, if you're concerned, if you have anxiety or depression, know that there's a place on our campus that is willing to help. And I want to wish all those high school students the best of luck this weekend at the Blue Coats facility as you guys compete. Play hard, play smart, play together, have fun, and let's continue to do a great job championing this cause. We will continue to make a difference on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, and know that the work is never done. Thank you, and go Blue Hens.
Shaun Locke has done more for me than I could have ever done for him. Because the day that he left this earth, I became a better coach. I became a better father, and I became a better husband. Let me explain. Shaun taught me to talk to people. Not only to talk to people, but to listen to people. Go deeper into what you see, listen to what they're saying, and listen to how they're saying it. It really doesn't matter the year that you come on this earth. It doesn't matter the year that you leave this earth. What I've been told is the most important thing is that dash in between the year of birth and the year of death. You see, Shaun left a legacy with that dash. He had a presence, a way about him that anybody would be proud to have said, that's my friend, that's my brother, and for me, that's my player. Anyone that can leave a legacy that makes a father do what has been done since he's gone has truly, truly lived a fantastic life. It's always said, a long life may not be good enough, but a good life is always long enough. Shaun lived a good life, and he made so many of us better for the life that he led. I thank him from the bottom of my heart. Chris, you have no idea what he has done for me. Trying to live up to that example that he set every day, that smile that he had every single day. I say thank you. In closing, I would just ask everybody, anybody that is able to hear this message, talk, but listen. Talk, but listen. Listen to what is being said and listen to how it's being said. Mental health is something that affects us all, and it's up to us. It's up to me because of Shaun, because of the work of SL24, to do everything in our power, in my power, to make this world a better place and to make those resources never run out for all those that need them. Thank you, but most importantly, thank you, Shaun.
Hi, I'm Hillary, and right now we're going to go through a little mindfulness exercise. So I want you to plant both of your feet on the ground so you can feel the earth beneath you, really help ground yourself. You can put your hands wherever they're comfortable. I like to put mine on my knees. So what I want you to do is close your eyes, and we're going to talk about how to go through a breathing technique that's going to help you relax. It's called the 4-4-5. So what you're going to do is breathe in for 4 counts, hold it for 4 counts, and then breathe out for 5 counts. This helps activate your parasympathetic nervous system and relax your heart rate and just calm your whole body down. So let's do that together. Breathe in for 4, 2, 3, 4. Hold it for 4, 2, 3, 4, and exhale for 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great. Keep breathing just like that. While you breathe, I want you to feel the earth beneath you. Feel your lungs filling with air, providing life to your body. Your thoughts may come in, and that's totally okay. Recognize them. If they're positive, keep going with that. If they're negative, recognize that, but tell them that now is not the time. Store them to the side. We'll come back to those later. Keep breathing. Relax. Recognize your thoughts. Focus on yourself, where you are, your body, what you can see, what you can hear, maybe even what you can smell or you can taste. These few minutes are for you to feel the way that you want to feel. Let it all in. Experience your emotions, recognize them, and thank them for giving you the opportunity to be alive. Let's do one more deep breath. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Thank you all so much for joining me.
Hi, I'm Reese Davis from ESPN's College Game Day. The SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation is doing remarkable and important work. I don't even know if work is the proper word. Maybe we should refer to it as a ministry to help those who are struggling with depression or self-harm issues or perhaps even suicidal thoughts. You know, it's so important to have someone to turn to in these times because everybody feels this way from time to time. Over the past year, I've had an opportunity to talk to numerous athletic directors and coaches around the country, and so many of them have told me that the mental health issues among their athletes are through the roof. And you would think this wouldn't be so with people in the prime of their lives. And on the one hand, it saddened me, and it certainly does, but it also heartened me in some ways because for these people, for the coaches, for the athletic directors to be aware of it, meant that the young men and women who were having these issues were willing to talk about it. And that's what this SL24 Foundation seeks to provide for all of us. You know, I know that it's easy to think that athletes or broadcasters have it made or whoever it might be that you admire and think they have everything they want. They couldn't possibly have any problems. But everyone at some point in their lives encounter issues that can be depressing. For me, I try to rely on my faith. I think being part of something bigger than I am and knowing that I have an eternal promise that's available to everyone is really important in terms of mental health. And many of you have probably been to weddings where they define love. And they say that love is patient and kind. It's not self-seeking. It always hopes. It always trusts. It always perseveres. But another thing in that passage it says is that it always protects. And I think that's what we're called on to do in this moment in time. And we have so many of our young people who are struggling with various issues. We have to protect each other. And the SL24 Foundation gives people an avenue to be able to help. And if you are one of the people struggling, I encourage you to reach out. And if you're one of the people who aren't struggling, be aware, be open, be ready to show true love and try to protect each other.
Hi, I'm Jim Boeheim, the coach at Syracuse. I just want to tell you how important your mental health is, particularly in this time of COVID. Make sure you're taking care of yourself and others if you can.
Welcome, everyone, to the third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic in memory of Shaun Locke. It's been an incredible start already inside the 76ers Fieldhouse as we continue to raise awareness and funds for the SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation and Shaun's House, dedicated to providing resources for those struggling with depression, self-injury, and suicide. One game is already in the books, but we have 5 more to go in what will be an amazing weekend of basketball and fundraising. Tonight, we'll see a jersey that Shaun wore so proudly as St. Mark's takes the floor. And then tomorrow, a full day featuring some of the top teams in the state of Delaware. Some outstanding matchups. Hello, everyone. I'm Scott Glatzkin alongside SL24 board member Bill Harmon. And tonight's game may mean the very most to Shaun Locke. We're going to see the green and gold jersey that he donned for 4 years. All-state status, one of the very best to do it for St. Mark's.
Well, I had the distinct pleasure, as you know, of coaching Shaun for 4 years. He was an absolute pleasure to work with. He was an outstanding player and unbelievable shooter, but more importantly, Scott, he was an absolutely fantastic teammate and leader. Everyone respected him, and I sorely miss him.
And if you want to know how you can help the SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation, you can visit unlockthelight.com/donate. Text LOCK24 to the phone number on the screen. You can even scan the QR code now with your phone or in the link on the chat. Think of it. A ticket to this event would have been only $10. So if you're watching now, consider donating just $10. Any amount goes a long way to help those in need. Your donation is appreciated, and a big thank you from UnLocke the Light.
Unfortunately, the stigma surrounding depression, suicide, and other mental illnesses has led to a lot of mental health myths. But today, we're here to bust some for you.
Myth number 1, talking about suicide or saying the word suicide could put the...
Unfortunately, the stigma surrounding depression, suicide, and other mental...
You're watching the third annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic to raise awareness surrounding mental health and to provide services and the development of Shaun's House. You can donate now to the SL24 Foundation by visiting unlockthelight.com/donate, by texting LOCK24 to 202-858-1233, or by scanning this QR code now with your phone. Thank you for your support of the SL24 Foundation.
Tavernic Rustic Italian, it's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty, coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
It's the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic, the third annual, and tonight it's Shaun Locke's alma mater, St. Mark's Spartans versus the Archmere Hawks. I know Shaun is watching this one. He's excited to see what his boys in green can do. I guess 2 teams in green tonight, as we'll start with Archmere getting into their starting lineups right now. But when you look at this Archmere team, led by William Ludlow in his 7th season for the Hawks, you got to start with Anthony Mariano, the 5'9" senior, averaging almost 15 points per game, Bill.
Well, Coach Ludlow's got to be really pleased and proud of Anthony Mariano. He has done a great job improving his game, especially in the off season. He is a terrific long-range shooter. You've got to chase him off the spot. A really good straight-line driver with his right hand, and a very capable defender.
And then when you look at, we'll call them the home team, although both playing on a neutral court, the 76ers Fieldhouse tonight in Wilmington. It was Shaun's home for such a long time. St. Mark's, you key on a guy that Nick Santa has called one of the most athletic players he has ever coached, and that's Jabri White.
Jabri White is an absolute pleasure to coach. He's got a great attitude, a terrific mentality for the game, a very humble but bright player, an excellent athlete around the basket, plays in the mid-range, and has even played out on the perimeter at times this year, has really improved his free throw shooting, always working hard at his game. A real plus for Coach Santa's program.
Jabri White averaging 16 points per game on the season, double figures in each game this year. St. Mark's wearing those home white jerseys with the green St. Mark's across the chest, yellow trim. Archmere wearing the green and white away uniforms. No tip tonight, just Archmere ball to start things off. And game number 2 of the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic is underway. You can see on the bottom of your screen how you can donate. UnLockeTheLight.com. A jump shot to start things off is off the mark, but following his own shot, that's Matthew DeLose. And right away, Jabri White getting into the action.
Well, Jabri White has really improved his defense off the ball. A very dangerous shot blocker coming from the weak side there. St. Mark's has got to do a really good job tonight of defending their defensive glass. An excellent offensive rebound team is Archmere.
The veteran coaching staff mentioned William Ludlow's 7th season at Archmere, and Nick Santa, 13th season with St. Mark's. These teams will be ready to go as there's a traveling violation against the Spartans. St. Mark's 3-1 on the year. Archmere 5-1. 2 solid records coming in.
Archmere has played really well this season. Their only loss to Caravel. Otherwise, they've played extremely well and closed out a really close game the other night against Friends School.
DeLose on the dribble drive. Sends it back out to Udovic. Nice pass. Elbow jump shot on the way in the first bucket of the game. Matthew DeLose, the star football player. Junior knocking it through.
Well, DeLose is an underrated player, very active at 6'5". That time St. Mark's allowed the middle to be violated by Archmere, and then a nice pass through to the weak side to DeLose, who can shoot that mid-range shot and is also a very good rebounder.
One of 3 Auks in double figures last time they hit the floor. He had 11 for Archmere.
St. Mark's is running a little different offensive attack this season, a 4-out drive when you can. Jabri White has really adapted to it well, able to put the ball on the floor. A big improvement in his game is that ball handling from the perimeter.
I've got a feeling, Bill, that drive when you can for Jabri White is anytime he has the basketball. What an athlete, and he gets himself to the free throw line.
Well, he's got to continue to make good decisions, Scott, not dribble into traffic. That time he got a quick ball reversal and was able to attack in a straight line fashion before any Archmere defender could help and rotate.
Foul was on Connor Udovic, the 6'3 junior. White, very good free throw shooter, 71% on the season. Best free throw shooter on a team that has struggled from the line, and Jabri White goes 2 for 2.
Well, that's important for Jabri's confidence to start out that way, not only with a good play from the perimeter, but being able to make that free throw, or those 2 free throws.
Mariano, leading scorer this season, leaves his feet. A blocking foul is going to get the whistle from Corey Needle. Officials, Corey Needle on the call that time along the baseline. C.J. Hunt will hand it off to Connor Udovic along the baseline, and Ed Aiken.
Eddie, one of my favorite officials, does a great job in football as well, and a fine, fine gentleman.
Both teams with 2 points. Just inside the foul line, dropping it through is Michael Ascherno, the 6'3 senior basketball player for the Auks.
I like Ascherno's game. He's very active on the perimeter, can put it on the floor, a good slasher, and another very solid rebounder.
St. Mark's yet to make a field goal. They've got the 2 free throws from White. Thinking about the 3 was Dominic Shepard. Sends it back out.
St. Mark's will probe with this. They'll look for straight line opportunities, and they've got Nick Timmons down on the low block.
Try to jump it off to Nick Timmons. Ends up going out of bounds. It'll be Archmere basketball with a 4-2 advantage.
St. Mark's has had a difficulty this season with turnovers. It's been spread out to a lot of different players. That's their second one. Archmere has none.
Chris Albero running the point guard spot. Quarterback on the football team. Solid point guard on the basketball team. Running things for Archmere Academy. And after a couple of bobbles, ends into the hands of Connor Udovic. He can't get it to go. Ball on the floor, wrestling for it, and an arrow will give it to the St. Mark's Spartans.
Well, there was a massive collision in the lane, and one thing St. Mark's makes a point of doing all the time is stepping in front of people that are out of control. They need a close whistle. That was a tough one there. They had one earlier in the game that was called a block, so a good job by St. Mark's trying to get in the driving lanes and draw charges, even though it hasn't been rewarded yet.
Carter Marks is at the point guard position for St. Mark's. Best three-point shooter on the team. He's got 4 of them on the year to lead the Spartans in that category. And here comes Jabri White. Nice up and under move, float one's in. That was a smooth take from the 6'4 junior.
He's really learned to play at a good pace, Scott. He's very solid with his shot fakes and then has the ability to step under or step around defenders who he's elevated.
He had a highlight reel dunk. I saw it on the interwebs, Bill. It was all over. It went viral, Jabri White's dunk against Delmarva Christian in the first 30 seconds of the game a couple of games ago. So we're past that explosive mark that he did at around 7:30 of that game. But he takes no time off the clock before he gets himself going usually.
Well, he is really quick and athletic, has a great feel for the game and a great mind for the game.
4-4 is the count. Cross-court pass, and White got a hand on it. Maybe we'll see a highlight. Here he comes. Does not have numbers. Hop step in the lane. Uses his left. Ricochets, and now we're headed back in Archmere's direction. Shot up and off the mark. Good look at a triple. That time it's through from Chris Albiro, his 9th from downtown this season.
Well, Connor Udovich did not have position on the weak side, but he was able to tip the ball back even though he was being blocked out, and then a quick kick out to Albero, who's got a very fast release and has got to be defended and chased off the three at all times.
Albero has made 2 3-pointers in each of his last 2 games, and he gives Archmere a 3-point advantage. And an answer on the other end. That's Dominic Shepard, his second make from downtown this season, averaging 6 points per game.
Dominic Shepard, a really fine athlete, an excellent on-the-ball defender, has worked hard at his three-point game, a really nice step-in shooter who gets himself perfectly square to the basket.
We know Shaun Locke liked that shot, a great three-point shooter. And there's another one. He's happy watching this one. He loved those long-range shots, and Archmere makes one. But, Bill, I know Shaun Locke from day one, and he's a guy that was coached by Nick Santa and the only guy that had started 4 years for St. Mark's under Nick Santa. And even coming in the summer before 9th grade, he was a kid with a lot of confidence, wasn't he, Bill?
Oh, Shaun Locke was an amazing player. As a freshman, actually, before he was in our program, he showed up at a summer league game. We needed an extra player. He stepped right in there, and he was fearless. A couple of shots I might have said, oh, I don't know, but it was one of those, oh, no, and you jump up, and then you say, hey, great shot. But I always loved Shaun's attitude. He was a terrific young man to coach. He was so positive. He played hard at all times. He was actually an underrated defender and a really good ball handler as well. So he had a complete game. But I'll tell you what, when he went up into the long-range shot, it was something of beauty.
He was an all-Catholic team selection in 2012, second team in 2011, and it all started in Summer League even before that 9th grade year. Shaun was
He got a lot of shots
started.
up that Sunday over at Wilmington Friends.
Off the leg of a St. Mark's player as we get back in action. Timmons was called for the foul. We get to the free throw line in the corner. Keep an eye on Mariano. And that's going to be a charge taken by St. Mark's. Just entering the game, Max Kokenauer, and Nick Sana telling us he loves Max energy coming off the bench, and you can see it right there just as he taught it. You stay put, you take the charge, you go the other way.
Max is a tough guy. He loves to use his body, understands the St. Mark's defense and the way that St. Mark's wants to play extremely well. He's a skillful shooter, but I just love his attitude and his defense.
St. Mark's down by 3. Kokenauer, his first touch offensively. We also see James Buffone enter the basketball game. Jude Shatner and his teammates work the ball around the perimeter. 2 minutes left here in this first quarter. Trying to get Jabri White the basketball. Solid defense by Connor Udovich to deny him the rock. Now he's got it. Spinning, baseline, up, dunk. Jabri White with the highlight reel early on.
Jabri has as much game down on the low block as any player in the state. Has a great feel for where the defense is playing him. That time a quick spin to the baseline, finishes it with authority.
And he was working hard away from the ball, trying to get position before he even touched the basketball. You get good position down there, and you'll see more plays like that. And that's another one. 2 charges on 2 possessions for this St. Mark's defense. You won't find a defense more disciplined than St. Mark's in the state of Delaware.
Well, they have to be, but what I really love is the attitude of the bench. They understand how St. Mark's needs to play. Here's the spin move by Jabri White, goes up and finishes authoritatively with a dunk. St. Mark's is expecting Archmere to do a little double teaming down there. They worked hard on that this week to expect runs from either the weak side or the front side on the post players.
Jabri White wants it again, this time from the left side. They can't go to him. Buffon trying his best to get in the basketball. Now he has it. He's a star on this Spartans team, averaging 16 points per game. Here's Timmons. Powers his way up and gives St. Mark's the lead.
Nick Timmons works as hard as anybody on the court for St. Mark's. An athlete, physical, got a great mindset, has really developed into a fine low-post player.
Averaging double figures on the season. And now we're under a minute. St. Mark's with the lead. There's a reach-in foul going to be called against Jabri White. Just reaching, trying to get that basketball out of the hands of the Archmere player, and going to be called for his first.
Coach Santa and his staff really work on being active on the ball, but you never want to get too close. You want to be aggressive, but have a little bit of a cushion so you don't develop those touch fouls, especially when the player's not even attacking the basket. Important that Jabri White stays out of foul trouble.
It's his first, but he'll take a breather. Get some extra time as the quarter about to expire. Going into quarter number 2. See, Kieran Udovich in the game for the first time. He gets a touch. Pull-up jump shot. Albiro off the mark and right on cue. Udovich gets the offensive board but can't get the 2 points in the paint.
St. Mark's very lucky there. Udovich came in from the top of the key and just played a little too fast, and Albero is really good in the mid-range. He's got to be denied that shot or at least contested at all times.
Marks running the offense. Now we'll see what St. Mark's can do without White in the basketball game with a 1-point lead. 2 seconds. Got to get a shot off. Fadeaway jump shot at the buzzer. They're going to count that shot. Carter Marks with the step back J, giving St. Mark's a 13-10 lead. What a first frame it was. We'll have second quarter action for you coming up. This is the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. We'll take a quick break, which will give you a chance to check out those auction items at unlockthelight.com. Scroll down to that auction link and win yourself St. Mark's tuition for a year. We'll be back in a moment with second quarter action.
You're watching the 3rd annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic to raise awareness surrounding mental health and to provide services and the development of Shaun's House. You can donate now to the SL24 Foundation by visiting unlockthelight.com/donate, by texting LOCK24 to 202-858-1233, or by scanning this QR code now with your phone. Thank you for your support of the SL24 Foundation.
Hi, I'm Jim Boeheim, the coach at Syracuse. I just want to tell you how important your mental health is, particularly in this time of COVID. Make sure you're taking care of yourself and others if you can.
It's the SL24 Memorial Classic, the 3rd annual raising funds and support for Unlock the Light. Head to unlockthelight.com/donate. I'm Scott Kladskin, happy to be here with Bill Harmon. We are remembering and celebrating the life of Shaun Locke tonight, sharing great stories and watching a team that he started for 4 seasons, the St. Mark's Spartans, and they've got a lead 13-10 as we head into the second quarter of basketball thanks to Carter Marks' fadeaway jump shot that beat the buzzer.
You know, we talk about Shaun Locke's basketball so much, but he was a very underrated baseball player. I loved his game, an excellent pitcher who had a terrific fastball and a nice changeup and worked very hard at that too. Had it not been for his injury, I think he would have developed into one of the better pitchers in the state.
Well, he still got himself a championship. He was part of that 2012 St. Mark's baseball championship team. Probably ran out of room for all the trophies in the Locke house for Shaun Locke's career in multiple sports. Pass inside and a foul going to be called by Ryan Farrell. That was a nice find by Buffon.
St. Mark's utilizing a little old school flex. That's a series of down picks and cross picks. They're trying to run some clock, but also see if they can't get a matchup and a possible post up or a throw into the lane with a weak side cutter.
It's a 4th foul on Archmere. Baseball pass into the back court. Going to get it is Gavin Marks. He's appeared in every game this season for St. Mark's. Has Gavin, the 5'9" sophomore.
Gavin, a terrific competitor. He's an excellent defender and really loves to play the game.
St. Mark's always so poised offensively. Nick Santa, his 13th season, leader of the ball club. What a staff St. Mark's has. And to my right, Bill Harmon, of course, a part of that, as a foul's going to be called against James Buffone. But Steve Christensen and Ed Sobocinski, that's an all-star crew you got on that bench.
Well, I will tell you how lucky St. Mark's is to have Steve Christensen and Ed Sobocinski. Not only are they great teachers of the game, they are just terrific guys to be around. I've always admired both of their programs. I've coached against them for years, and once Steve decided to leave William Penn, Eddie was coaching over there with him at the time. They decided to come and join Nick Sana's staff. I know Nick is so excited to have them. They've been a huge plus to the program. But more importantly, they're just such really good teachers of the game, and you just love being around them. There's information I get every day from them.
Ed Sobocinski coached one of my favorite players that I covered in high school, Nafis Richardson. I remember those Hodgson days. He actually, for our NFL fans, Bilal Nichols was quite the basketball player as well.
He's told some great stories about Bilal.
Now a great defensive lineman for the Chicago Bears as James Buffone makes one of two and increases St. Mark's lead to 14-10. But wonderful staff on both sides. Of course, Joe McDonald, Chris Lavender, and Eric Minnemeyer on Archmere's sidelines.
And that Billy Ludlow does a great job. Joe McDonald, a great friend of mine. Eric Minnemeyer actually played at St. Mark's for a while and then ended up his career at Wilmington Christian. They've got a fine staff. Continuity of staffs is so important.
Jumper on the way from a guy that can drill some threes, Jonathan Deering. Not that time. Timmons loses footing, tries to save it, and here's Carter Marks on the run. Archmere gets back, picks the pocket of the point guard, and now Biro's going the other way. He knocked in a three in that first quarter. Now a dish inside to Udovich, and out of bounds it'll go. Albiro knows a thing or two about threading the needle. Didn't make it that time, but he was the quarterback, defensive back, and kicker for the top-seeded Archmere Hawks this football season.
Talk about a great competitor. This guy is really tough-minded. I just love the way he plays both these sports. Actually, I had an opportunity to work with him a little bit this summer, and what a really fine young man, and he's just willing to be coached by a lot of people. He's very smart. He's got a lot of game, and is going to be a terrific point guard in years to come.
Well, I think you knew we were talking about him. If he drills the baseline jumper, he's up to 5, lead down to 2 for St. Mark's as we see Jabri White come back into the game.
Albero really good in the mid-range. A lot of players either want to drive it to the basket or shoot the three. He doesn't rely on that. He plays in the mid-range as well as anybody in the state.
Open look at a three for a guy that can knock him down, Jude Schnatterer. He decides to run the offense a little more. Jabri White from the block, spinning. Tough angle, but somehow he gets it through. That's pretty solid defense from Connor Udovich. I don't know much more he could do there.
Well, that's a good matchup down there. Udovich, a really good athlete, a terrific lacrosse player, as well as a football player, and a good low post defender. Jabri White just used some excellent footwork there to scoop underneath on the baseline side.
5 minutes left here in quarter number 2. St. Mark's up by 4. Kieran Udovich passes to Connor. St. Mark's playing well defensively.
Farrell's a nice player. He comes in and provides a lot of energy for Archmere. He's a lefty who can shoot the three.
Off the leg of a St. Mark's player. He'll stay with Archmere. Of course, you're watching the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. We want you to get involved. Comment on the chat using YouTube or Facebook to message us. We want to read what's going on and where you're listening from. Share a Shaun Locke story, if you will. We love to hear from everybody.
There are so many good Shaun Locke stories, Scott.
Absolutely.
You've already mentioned a number of them, and let me just tell you, he was so much fun to work with every day at practice. He came to work so hard, had a great attitude, and his teammates just loved playing with him.
You can also donate. You can see on the bottom of your screen, unlockthelight.com/donate. He loved this St. Mark's team, and you talk about as a ball player what he did, but he came back after he graduated St. Mark's and helped with the coaching staff as well.
Yes, he did. He was a huge find for us. He was great at teaching the kids how to play the game the right way, and obviously a great shot instructor.
James Buffone gets his 3rd point to fall, increasing St. Mark's' lead.
Buffone's done a really nice job of coming off the bench. He's a good defender, a sophomore, played on the JV team last year in a little freshman ball. He's really done a nice job for Coach Sana.
And then coming to the game, Matthew McCarthy gets a touch and a three. The freshman knocks it through. We'll have a timeout here on the floor, so we'll stay here as St. Mark's up by 3, 18-15. I mentioned heading to break between the quarters, our auction. If you're a St. Mark's parent watching this basketball game, you want to head to unlockthelight.com. Scroll down, find that auction bar, click on it, and then you'll see that you can bid on a year's tuition to St. Mark's High School. We're talking a value of over $15,000. Let me tell you, your son or daughter, they're going to St. Mark's anyway. You're going to write the check anyway. I don't see why you don't. Write it to unlockthelight.com and the SL24 Memorial Classic. I mean, what an amazing prize. You can donate to a great cause, helping those and giving resources for those struggling with depression, self-injury, and suicide. And then you can also send your kid to school for a year. That's a win-win. So head there, unlockthelight.com is the place to be. 3:43 as we're back in action. St. Mark's with a 3-point lead. And how about Matthew McCarthy? I didn't give him enough time on the microphone because there was a timeout, and I wanted to tell everybody about that.
Well, they've got
auction,
some good young players,
wow.
and they love to shoot the three. They average about 4 made threes a game. Billy Ludlow really coaches that into their game plan. St. Mark's has to be really attentive out on the perimeter.
Jabri White, power dribble up, just couldn't finish. Wanted the foul there, did not get the whistle. And now Archmere going the other direction. A drive, contact, and that's going to be a blocking foul. Just a beat behind was Carter Marks that time, his first.
And I don't want to sound prejudiced here. Of course, I helped coach at St. Mark's, but that's one of those plays where the driver is so out of control. Maybe the defender moved in late, but he took it in the middle of the chest, and they reward a player that's completely out of control. But Albero is really smart at drawing fouls, and that's exactly what he did there.
Ball knocked out of bounds. It'll be last touch by Jude Schnatterer. Nice effort to get out of bounds, but it'll stay with Archmere. 3-point lead for St. Mark's. Archmere was hot early on. They've cooled a bit. Albero hit a 3 early on, as did Connor Udovich. Now Albero will operate, averaging 11.5 points per game. A bounce pass to Udovich. On top to Albero.
That was a set play that Archmere runs very well, and St. Mark's defended it perfectly.
Almost a breakaway opportunity. Timmons trying to take the charge, and he will not get the benefit of the call. Yes, he will. They're going to... I was blocked out there, Bill. Looks like they are going to count that basket and a +1 opportunity for Matthew DeLose. Let's take another look at it. It was a bang-bang play.
Yes, it was. DeLose has been very aggressive in this game, driving the ball. And that time, Nick Timmons tried to step in and draw the charge as DeLose attacked the basket. Close call. It just seems right now that Archmere's had the advantage of the whistle on some of these block charge calls.
Second on Timmons. DeLose cannot complete the old-fashioned 3-point play. 4 points for DeLose underneath, but 0-1 from the free throw line. And now 18-17 the count. Seeing Jabri White around the rim. Now he's operating.
Both teams playing man-to-man. Archmere plays a little bit more of a sag. St. Mark's a little bit more aggressive out in passing lanes, trying to keep the ball on the side, a la Baylor.
They got the right colors for Baylor. If they can play like Baylor, they'll be state champions.
How about having some of those players that Baylor has? Boy, they're having a great season. Scotty
are.
Drew just doing an outstanding job.
Those in Baylor and Gonzaga probably right now at least feel it like locks for the Final Four. We talked about Trevor Cooney, who's here at 76ers Fieldhouse. He knows a thing or two about the Final Four. We saw Jim Boeheim with a message for the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. And just a celebration of Shaun tonight. His alma mater on the floor. We're sharing stories. We hope you will too in the comment area on YouTube and raising money for a great cause.
Well, Trevor Cooney got so much better defensively in college in that 2-3 zone. He was just absolutely as good as anybody ever to play the top of that zone.
Shot by St. Mark's getting back on defense. Looks like it was going to be 2 for Archmere. Now instead it's the other way. And that's a 4-point swing as they negate a fast break opportunity on one end, and Dominic Shepard gets his 5th point on the other.
Well, it's so important in transition basketball that you get back and defend the lane first, and then with good shooters, you've got to be sure you arrive on time and defend any long attempt.
Ball knocked out of bounds. It'll stay with Archmere. We got about a minute left in this half. Don't go anywhere at the half. You are going to want to hear the message. It's a powerful one as Albiro shoots a three from Chris Locke. That's Shaun's father. We've been able to talk with him today, and usually he would be addressing the crowd here at halftime at the SL24 Memorial Classic, as he's done in the last 2 years, but he recorded a video message that if you hear anything that anyone says tonight, it's going to be from Chris Locke. You want to hear that at the half, and so don't go anywhere. We're going to hear from Chris Locke, Shaun's father and the founder of the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation at the break.
Scotty, Chris Locke told me he's been working 18-hour days since the first of the year to get this tournament going. He's just a great friend of mine and a terrific human being.
Say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, because you could certainly use those words to describe Shaun, as there's a foul called against Archmere, and I believe that's the 7th foul on the Auks. So it should be a 1-1 coming up for St. Mark's. St. Mark's struggled from the free throw line on Saturday. 13 of 25. Foul on St. Mark's, Archmere at the free throw line.
One of the neat things about coaching high school basketball, Scott, is that you're a little closer to the environment and you get to know parents, even though you don't recruit like they would in college. But I got to know Chris Locke so well, and let me tell you something. He's just become a great friend. I admire him greatly.
Missed the front end of the 1-on-1. Archmere 62% on the season from the stripe.
St. Mark's will hold here for the last shot. They've done a nice job this season in playing these end half, end quarter, end game situations out. Nick Santa does a great job of coaching this aspect of the game.
Here's Marks. He made a buzzer beater at the end of the first quarter. Can they beat the clock one more time? Step back, White. Not to end the second, but a lead for the Spartans as we head into the break. A 20-17 advantage for St. Mark's over Archmere. A tight contest as we go to the break, but don't go anywhere at the half. Coming up next, it's a very special message from the founder of the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. The reason we are all here tonight, Shaun Locke's father, Chris Locke. If you want to hear from anyone tonight, it's the important and powerful message from Chris. Do not miss it. Stay right here. St. Mark's leads Archmere at the break, and Chris Locke is coming up next.
Dark. When we're children, we're afraid of the dark. Our moms and our dads put a nightlight in our bedroom so that we can fall asleep peacefully and not be afraid of the dark. When we're in the dark, we're always looking for that light. Depression is a disease. And those who are suffering with this terrible disease are in the dark. Imagine going through your life in darkness, not knowing where the light is. That is what depression is like. And our young adults are dealing with depression at record numbers. The last year has not helped the situation. Our children are dealing with isolation, dealing with a world that none of us ever thought we'd be living in. And that makes mental illness and mental health such an issue today. SL24 is about helping those young adults that are in darkness. We're about showing them the light so that they don't have to live their lives in the dark. The reason why we named our foundation Unlock the Light was we realized as families of Shaun, as friends of Shaun, that he was in a darkness, and it was so dark that it paralyzed him to be able to speak about what he was going through to his family and to his friends. We don't want other young people to have to suffer the way he suffered and the way so many other people suffer with battling depression, anxiety, and other mental illness. And that's why SL24 is here. And all of you, family, board members, the community, the business sponsors, you are all those ray of lights to help young adults out of the darkness. Through your support, we were able to take an idea, Shaun's house, and make it become a reality. All of you are helping those young adults who have walked through the door get that first step out of the darkness and into the light, to begin that honest conversation, to get the help they need. I'm Chris Locke, and I started SL24, but really SL24 is all of you people who have made this possible. SL24 is the vehicle to help our young adults get the help they need through this very dark time. As I said, all of you are the ray of lights to help our young adults. And we will always feel indebted and have immense gratitude for the support you've given us. Thank you so much.
Shaun Locke has done more for me than I could have ever done for him. Because the day that he left this earth, I became a better coach. I became a better father, and I became a better husband. Let me explain. Shaun taught me to talk to people. Not only to talk to people, but to listen to people. It really doesn't matter the year that you come on this earth. It doesn't matter the year that you leave this earth. What I've been told is the most important thing is that dash in between the year of birth and the year of death. You see, Shaun left a legacy with that dash. He had a presence, a way about him that anybody would be proud to have said, that's my friend, that's my brother, and for me, that's my player. Anyone that can leave a legacy that makes a father do what has been done since he's gone has truly, truly lived a fantastic life. A long life may not be good enough, but a good life is always long enough. Shaun lived a good life, and he made so many of us better for the life that he led. I thank him from the bottom of my heart. Chris, you have no idea what he has done for me. Trying to live up to that example that he set every day, that smile that he had every single day. I say thank you. Mental health is something that affects us all, and it's up to us. It's up to me because of Shaun, because of the work of SL24, to do everything in our power, in my power, to make this world a better place and to make those resources never run out for all those that need them. Thank you, but most importantly, thank you, Shaun.
Hey everyone, it's Tiana at Shaun's house. Mindfulness can manifest itself in many ways. It can be as simple as just increasing your level of awareness to things around you, such as what you can see, feel, and what you can hear. A lot of times you can practice meditation and focus your level of awareness on those things. Through mindfulness, you can also set your daily intention. Figure out what it is that you want to do and accomplish that day and focus on that specific thing. And make constant reminders of yourself throughout the day if you find yourself getting distracted. The great thing about mindfulness is that it can be practiced virtually anywhere, and more times than not you can find really great resources online, and they're usually free. They can be in the version of a simple Google search, or you can even download free meditation apps on your phone.
Welcome to St. Mark's High School. Usually, when you come for your Spartanburg Day visit, you would gather in here and meet your tour guide. But today, you get me. No, Marcus, they get me. Let's get started. Imagine yourself here taking classes like English, Math, and History, to name a few. Ofrecimos múltiples programas de idiomas. Et tu pre? Diventare ancora un Spartan? Working on a research paper? Studying for an exam? Our library has everything you need to succeed. We even have 3D printers. College-style lecture halls. State-of-the-art science labs. We have lots of resources here to help you achieve success. A variety of scholarship opportunities, both academic and merit-based. There's a lot of them. Over 100 state championships, but who's counting? Working up an appetite? We have one of the best cafeterias in the state. Don't mind if I do. I'm sure your parents would love for you to live at home forever, but if you have other plans, we offer a wide variety of electives, such as Fit for Life. Better luck next time, Marcus. Engineering and robotics, and a multitude of art programs. And our students actually painted this. Well, not that. Music and band. Or theater. 17,000 individuals have chosen St. Mark's High School, and we take great pride in helping them transition to the next phase of their lives, whether it's college, the military, or the workforce. Our alumni are well prepared and confident to pursue a lifetime of excellence. Your future starts in 3, 2.
Join us here at St. Mark's, the place to be.
Welcome to the award-winning Lighthouse Cove Event Center in Dewey Beach, the Mid-Atlantic's premier wedding venue destination, offering beach-inspired weddings, receptions, and special events on the Rehoboth Bay. Whether it's simple and understated or grand and elaborate, Lighthouse Cove Event Center delivers a once-in-a-lifetime wedding experience.
Before we can talk about suicide and suicide prevention, we have to know what the right language is to use while we're having these important conversations. Despite what you'll see in the media still today, unfortunately, we don't use the phrase committed suicide anymore. When you hear the word committed, you often think about things like a crime or a sin, things that have really negative and judgmental connotations. And we want to avoid putting that on people who are experiencing suicidal ideation. So instead, we use things like died by suicide, ended his or her or their life, or killed his, her, or themselves. We also don't want to use words like success or failure when we're talking about a suicide attempt, because those things just simply aren't true of the situation. Instead, we want to say that something is either a suicide attempt or a death as a result of suicide. To break the stigma surrounding depression, suicide, and suicidal ideation, we can't be afraid of saying the wrong thing. So just be aware that you might have to correct yourself in conversations. Try practicing these phrases so they aren't as uncomfortable or new to you, and you'll be well on your way to helping break that stigma and be an ally to those experiencing suicidal ideation.
Tavernic Rustic Italian, it's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Hello, this is Rob Buccini. Like so many, I first got to know of Shaun through his hoop successes, first at St. Mark's and later as a leader at University of Delaware. When he came to work with us at Buccini Poland Group, the entire company was immediately drawn to him because of his confidence, his self-assuredness, and just generally being a great guy. early on, he became one of the rising stars of our company. This makes it all the more important to talk about mental illness, because if someone like Shaun Locke can suffer from mental illness, it means anyone that we come in contact with in our daily lives can. So hopefully the outcome of this Friday night's game and the ones that we've had in the past and then going forward and his legacy is that everyone feels more comfortable speaking about mental illness and hopefully save future lives.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of UnLocke the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life's passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends in peace of mind. We are looking forward to hearing from anyone for a second opinion on their existing plans or to get started for those who haven't yet. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
This weekend is all about mental health and breaking down the stigmas associated with it. We need to bring mental health out into the open and shed light on it. Nobody is doing that better than the UnLocke the Light Foundation. I cannot applaud them more for their efforts. They are literally saving lives. I've been to Shaun's house and I felt at home. I felt that sense of belonging. It's important for young people to know it's okay not to be okay, but they also need to know that they have a place that they could go to and feel that sense of belonging and feel that sense of home. UnLocke the Light, SL24, Shaun's house, Chris Locke. Keep unlocking the light. Keep leading us as we strive to increase education and awareness on the topic of mental health. Thank you for everything that you're doing.
20-17 at the break. St. Mark's on top. It was Jabri White start things off defensively, but Archmere found the rhythm early on.
Well, Matt DeLose is really good in the mid-range. Gets a nice pass from Albero, completes that 15-foot shot. We're going to see a kick out by Udovic to Albero at the top of the key for a three. A great time to shoot is after an offensive rebound before the defense can get located. And here's another top of the three shot by Udovic, who's a very fine athlete and an excellent long-range shooter.
But you can't stop Jabri White for too long. He got going, led St. Mark's with 8 in that first half of basketball, and then Carter Marks gave St. Mark's some momentum.
That was a wonderful shot off of 1 foot at the end of the first quarter, a big play for St. Mark's.
So a 20-17 lead for Shaun Locke's alma mater as we start the second half of basketball. And Archmere wearing the road green jersey, St. Mark's in the home whites. Saw Shaun Locke for 4 years wear those green and gold uniforms. A foul to start things off, reach in by Jude Schnatner, his first and the team's first.
Jude, a very aggressive defender, has done a really nice job after overcoming some injuries last season and early in the season of this year. Very important, though, that St. Mark's does not get in foul trouble because Archmere is an excellent free throw shooting team, especially in the clutch.
We're here celebrating the life of Shaun Locke as there's a turnover by Archmere. If you want to give, you can see it at the bottom of your screen anytime. UnLockeTheLight.com/donate. If you're watching, if you're enjoying, think about it. We usually would have this place filled as it was in the first 2 seasons. A ticket typically $10 if you have it within your means to donate at all. We appreciate every donation and every bit goes a long way to helping Shaun's house and the SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation. I'm Scott Klanskin alongside Bill Harmon, an SL24 board member. And Bill, just the amazing thing Chris Locke and the team is doing to help out the community. We're so happy to be here tonight.
Well, Chris leads it, but the board is an active board who's always engaged. A lot of great meetings. They do a great job organizationally. They've got a lot of really neat people on it. Chris has done a great job of assembling it.
Jabri White 8 in the first quarter. Now he's in double figures. Every game this season, Jabri White has hit that 10-point mark. He scored 21 against Red Lion, and he's got the first 2 of the third quarter.
Plays at such a nice pace, never out of control, uses his footwork well. A really cagey player.
Albero led the way for Archmere in the first half as the 3 doesn't drop. A solid defense for St. Mark's on the guy we keyed in the beginning of this basketball game. That's Anthony Mariano. No points for Archmere's leading scorer on the season in the first 16 minutes of this one.
That's one of the keys to St. Mark's game plan is stopping Mariano. You've got Dom Shepard, the best on-the-ball defender that St. Mark's has done a really nice job. They've used a little guard-to-guard action at the top of the key. Look for St. Mark's to switch that and not double-team it later on here in this half.
White calling for the basketball, top of the key. Thought about a three, instead passes off. Thinking about it, now shooting it, now draining it. Dominic Shepard, his second from long range tonight.
Well, Dom plays great defense, but he's also a very capable long-range shooter. When he gets in rhythm, he can be very dangerous.
He's up to 8. Second leading scorer for St. Mark's. They've got the first 5 of the third quarter. This is their largest lead, 25-17. Archmere needs some answers offensively. Typically, they'll go to Chris Albiro or Anthony Mariano. It's Albiro that time. Forced one up, and a rebound into the hands of the Spartans.
But that's his game. A little head and shoulders, tries to get you off balance, then drives into the lane with his left hand, rises up in that mid-range. He's got to be contested every time on that shot.
As does Jabri White, and Coach Ludlow might want to think about talking to his guys. He's going to let them play through. But no, he's not. He's going to take that timeout just as I expected that he would. And he's a little upset with either the officiating or maybe one of the members of the St. Mark's team. A lot of frustration right now for Archmere as they go down by 10. It was a 3-point lead for St. Mark's at the break. And now, not even 3 minutes into this third quarter, his team trails by 10. And as we're able to take a break, we want to remind our viewers that if you're watching right now, you can donate in many different ways. Go to unlockthelight.com/donate. That's on the bottom of your screen. You can scan that QR code that's on your screen right now, or you can text LOCK24 to 202-858-1233. Plenty of ways to get involved and to donate to a great cause. And St. Mark's right now up by 10, 27-17. And as we can see here, Jabri White, what a talent, what an athlete, one of the better ball players in the state.
Well, he understands angles, and that's so important for a player, whether you play inside or outside, but especially down on the low block where you have your back to the basket so often. You've got to really understand where you are, how to utilize your body. Jabri has really been a quick study down there, uses his footwork well, but I've mentioned it several times. He plays at a wonderful speed, never out of control. He always has his body under control, which allows him to finish up vertically to the basket to get a lot of scores and potentially three-point plays. A nice time out there by Billy Ludlow, who I think is one of the better coaches in the state. He's got a great feel for the game. His team runs a lot of really good things, and I think he gets his team always to overachieve.
See what they can do coming out of the timeout. Archmere with the basketball. And remember, as you're watching today, remember the mission of SL24, educating, assisting, creating a safe space, safe haven for where high school players and college, as Jabri White gets the bucket, safe haven where high school and college students, I should say, can seek professional help and speak to peers about their struggles. It's such an amazing cause, and Shaun's house located in Newark helping a lot of folks. So that timeout didn't motivate his team like he thought it might for head coach Ludlow. Now a foul is going to be called against St. Mark's. It'll send Matthew DeLose to the free throw line.
Well, a nice play by DeLose. Not being able to be leveled out, gets a straight line drive. Nick Timmons, a senior for St. Mark's, a good inside defender, comes to challenge him, probably just bumped him a little bit with his lower body. So important there when you come to stop the ball that you stay down in your stance, and if you do go up with your arms, you go up perfectly vertically so you do not come in and create the foul. Nice call there by Ed Aiken.
Some substitutions for Nick Santa's ball club. Matthew DeLose at the free throw line, and a little early on to talk football 2021, but Brad Myers does a great job covering the sport for Delaware Online. He had 25 top players to watch for next season, and Matthew DeLose on that team, a great ball player for the Archmere Hawks, who were undefeated heading into the championship game this year in the fall sports period.
That program has really been up for a number of years. They do a great job of coaching their kids. They play a really nice style of football. They've got an excellent quarterback in Alburo who's playing here this evening, and I really like their program over there.
2 free throws made, a 10-point lead for St. Mark's. It was only a 3-point lead less than 4 minutes ago. St. Mark's has had the advantage here in quarter number 3. As we open up action, game number 2 of what will be 6 this weekend in the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic at the 76ers Fieldhouse. Great slate of action tomorrow as well. White draws the double team. Open for a 3-point shot. Off the mark, into the hands of Udovich. That was Kokenauer, who missed the jumper.
Good defense there by Archmere. A nice block out of Jabri White on the weak side. Jabri working hard for position, but a better job by Archmere containing him.
See if Mariano can't get himself going. Gets inside, a blocking foul there, and I count that. So the blocking foul and the bucket for Anthony Mariano, his first basket of the basketball game. Leading scorer on the season for Archmere, nearly 15 points per game. And let's take another look.
Well, Mariano did a great job there of driving along the left baseline and then jump stopping back into the middle as the St. Mark's help rotated. He just got a little bit of the body, so a nice play by Mariano.
And at first it looked like they had marked the basket good. They are going to wave the basket off. And an inbound play, as we just saw for Archmere, and a missed opportunity there for the Auks is no continuation in the high school or college games, though they were going to say that Mariano not in the act of shooting. Instead, it was an inbound. They take a couple of points off the board for Archmere, and then a turnover. So a tough break for the Auks, who are looking to cut this lead into single digits.
That call was made by C.J. Hunt, really one of the fine young officials in the game, and that's something I know the officials here upstate are really trying to do, encourage young people to get involved. C.J. Hunt going to be a terrific official.
Easy call there for Ed Aiken. And maybe not as easy as I thought it was going to be. It looked like at first there was some discrepancy between Corey Needle and Ed Aiken. But charging through, we talk a lot about football. I think that would have been a good move on the gridiron. That's an easy call.
Well, Dom Shepard was trying to get his head and shoulders by. He got out of control. I think he thought he got bumped out on the perimeter, which caused the contact. But good positioning by Archmere's defense.
Archmere looking to cut in. 5 minutes into this third quarter of basketball. St. Mark's all over Archmere, and a traveling violation. The Auks just not coming out here in the third the way that they started this basketball game in the first.
Well, this is a team that will fight to the end. They're really competitive. They never give up. Billy Little has instilled that in his program here in his 7th season. Billy was a really good player himself.
See the steal by Archmere. And a steal right back. And now another one. Getting a little sloppy here in the third quarter is Mariano strong on his three-point try, and Jabri White. Strong would be a good way to describe that athlete wearing number 11 for St. Mark's.
Well, St. Mark's needs to be solid on the defensive glass. Archmere's going to battle back here. They're going to have a lot of drives. St. Mark's has to be in the way and draw charges or affect plays, but they've got to ultimately be able to defend their defensive glass.
And now as St. Mark's calls a timeout, I'd love to share our stories we've been doing all night. Shaun Locke, one of our favorite basketball players to ever play at the Delaware. And one of the fonder memories I have, I know, Bill, was Shaun and I became a part of Delaware basketball at the same time. My first year as voice of the Blue Hens was 2012-13 season. That was his first year as a member of the basketball team under head coach Monte Ross, who we've seen in some videos this afternoon. And I was a new guy there, and with being the new guy, there's a bit of nerves and just trying to figure out my place. And for 4 years, Shaun came over and gave me a high five before our broadcast, a fist pound at the table before each game. That's 4 years of showing other guys that we're a part of the team. You and I are a part of the team, that we're good guys. He came over. He made me feel like I was part of the team, and that allowed Corey Holden to come over, and then Barnett Harris would come over, and Eric Carter would come over. And it was all because Shaun came over first. Shaun had a sense of his popularity and how he could positively impact others and brighten someone's day with just a gesture as small as a high five. It was an act of kindness, and that was Shaun Locke, and that was one of my favorite things about Shaun, is he really made me feel like I was not just a new guy, like I was a part of the basketball
team. Well, you're
team.
Absolutely right. He had a great personality. He was so friendly and outgoing, always had a great story to tell you or a great quip, but at the end of the day, he was incredibly respectful as well, and I think that's what endeared him to the older group of people that knew him, and certainly all his friends around his age totally respected him for a variety of reasons.
We want to hear your Shaun stories. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, join the chat. Let us know how you remember Shaun or who you're rooting for. I know Duke Hudlowski looks like he's rooting for Archmere. Mary Cole is rooting for St. Mark's, as is Mike Smith. And how about that? My guy, Donnie Roberson, a great Archmere Auk back in his day. He's watching as well. He was All-State back in 2003.
Boy, I remember Roberson. Boy, was he a good athlete. A really enjoyable player to watch. A very nice young man. I don't know what he's up to now, but we certainly wish him the very best.
He's doing well, and when it goes to Archmere alumni, it's Donnie and then, of course, the new president of the United States. Not a bad group of alumni. Archmere, of course, one of 40 now high schools that have produced a president of the United States. It's been a big month for the Archmere Hawks.
Yes, it has. And, of course, Coach Santa from St. Mark's is an Archmere grad as well, played multiple sports over there, football, basketball, baseball, as well as his brother, Chris Santa. A lot of really good athletes in that Santa family.
He went on to play some baseball and football at LaSalle. LaSalle used to have a football program. Nick Santa being a part of that. So he's still got some ties to Archmere, coaching that baseball team, as there's a foul away from the ball. A 10-point lead for St. Mark's. What does Archmere need to do to get their focus back and get back in this basketball
game? Well, both teams have gotten a little sloppy here, so I think Archmere needs to slow down a little bit offensively. I'd like to see him go back to that guard-to-guard screening action with Mariano and Alburo up top. That'll force St. Mark's to switch that, or one of them will get a long-range three. And then they need to just keep attacking through their wide-open pass-cut fill.
Nearly got a steal there, goes out of bounds, and it will be a turnover on St. Mark's. Good pressure defense. That's a tough place to inbound the basketball to in the corner.
You just can never give the ball in that spot. Throw it into the backcourt or get some better screening action. Archmere doing a nice job of defending St. Mark's out of bounds on the baseline. That's St. Mark's 10th turnover of the game.
2 free throws, all Archmere can show for in the third quarter of action. It was 20-17 at the break. And Jabri White off the floor for St. Mark's. See if Archmere can't maybe take advantage in the next 80 seconds before heading to the fourth. Delos, and a whistle going to be called against St. Mark's. That's their 5th.
And fouls starting to mount, and that's going to be a big factor here, as we talked about earlier in the show. Archmere, a very good free throw shooting team, a volume free throw shooting team, especially Alburo and Mariano are both excellent free throw shooters, over 70%.
Albira reaching foul there as Gavin Marks got his body on Albiro, the guard.
Well, one more, and Archmere will be in the 1-1 early or late here in the third quarter, or early fourth.
Here's Udovich. To Kieran Udovich. That's a Udovich to Udovich connection for 2. That's the first field goal made of this second half.
And that's a play I know St. Mark's worked on yesterday, a space and a rollback. Udovich did a nice job of getting position. The post defender's got to stay in front of that. Nice execution by Archmere.
That's how they used to design it in the driveway, I believe, at the Udovich household.
One-on-one must be a real battle over there in that household. A great athletic family.
Under a minute here in the third quarter. You're watching the SL24 Memorial Basketball Class. You can see on the bottom of your screen, unlockthelight.com/donate to support an amazing cause.
St. Mark's will hold here for the last shot. Archmere has plenty of fouls to give if they choose. And you've got to watch a back tap by Alburo. He likes to let players go by him and then tip the ball and then leak out himself. So a nice job there by Gavin Marks to protect the basketball.
4th foul on Archmere. Gavin Marks getting himself to the free throw line. He's appeared in all 4 games this season. Chance to get himself in the box score. Sophomore, stands 5'9", now at the stripe, knocks it through. St. Mark's says a squad shooting just 63% on the season, but good looking form there from the 10th grader.
Gavin's going to be a really nice player. He's Carter's younger brother, a sophomore, as you mentioned. Carter, a senior. Gavin there on the drive, trying to get in deep. He's really developed into a fine offensive, well-rounded player. He's an excellent on-the-ball defender.
Makes both free throws, and now Archmere a chance to hold for the final shot, down by 10. What a third quarter of action it was for Nick Santa's ball club.
Now St. Mark's should sit back. They should not extend, because you don't want to give Alburo or Mariano any space to operate, because if they do, they're going to get a straight line drive or set up one another for a skip.
Udovich in the corner, 9 seconds for Albiro. He'll attack now inside the paint, dumps it off, and a foul is going to be called as Delos will go to the free throw line. Nice penetration that time by Chris Albiro.
And that's the key. St. Mark's' defense relies on keeping the ball on the side. That time Albiro did a nice job getting his defender on the bottom side, drives in the middle. He's very capable with both hands. And then a really nice drop-off bounce pass to Delos, who I think has really played well here this evening. Made some mid-range shots, been very active on the boards, plays excellent defense.
Stands 6'5". He started off
The only points for a while in this third quarter for Archmere. He made 2 free throws, another bucket by Anthony Mariano. The only scoring going on for Archmere in the third. As you can see, Nick Timmons will go to the bench. Really solid basketball player for St. Mark's. Coach Sana calls him a glue guy, saying he's the best leader on the ball club.
Well, Nick Timmons has a motor that is unbelievable. Comes to practice every day engaged, ready to go, plays extremely hard. He's so much fun to coach because of that attitude and has really developed into a terrific player, but also a wonderful leader.
Final 5 seconds. And a foul going to be called against Archmere. Not in the bonus quite yet. That'll be the 5th foul on the Hawks. So an inbound coming up for St. Mark's with 4.2 before the 4th.
Now, St. Mark's should just enter the ball here, not worry about trying to score. The last thing you want to do is turn the ball over deep in your territory with a lead.
It'll be Buffon's job to throw it in. Fakes on the baseball pass, gets it to Debris White. He'll bounce it back to Buffon. It's almost like you're a coach on this team or something, Bill, as the half-court heave does not fall.
It was a lucky guess, Scott.
We'll take a timeout. St. Mark's up by 10, 31-21. It's Shaun's alma mater, and we are here remembering Shaun Locke. It's the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic.
I hope that moving forward, we can find ways to support the Unlock the Light Foundation, but at the very least, we can find ways to support each other, because life is rough. If anything, 2020 has taught us is life can present many challenges, and it can be a rough experience, and we can't go through it alone. So try to support each other, but I'm very encouraged by all the work that they're doing with the foundation. And I think Shaun would be, just extremely happy that we have taken to mental health the way we have with this foundation. So thank you. I love you all, and go Blue Hens.
The 3rd annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic from the 76ers Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware is being brought to you by Capers and Lemons, Eclipse Bistro, Taverna Rustic Italian, and by El Camino Mexican Kitchen.
You can see Shaun Locke, part of that celebration of the 2014 CAA Men's Basketball Championship for the Delaware men's basketball team, heading to the NCAA tournament. And Delaware making the NCAA tournament under head coach Monte Ross back in 2014. They took on Michigan State, and if you look in that box score from Spokane, Washington, the last name you'll find is Shaun Locke. He went to the free throw line with 13 seconds left, made a free throw with millions watching in the NCAA tournament. Shaun Locke making a free throw, scoring. How many players, 1, get to play in the NCAA tournament, 2, get to score in the NCAA tournament? That was Shaun Locke getting to do so out in Washington against the Michigan State Spartans. Another shot that we'll always remember.
He was so happy with that. I was so excited for him. We took that great trip out there, really played a good first half. Michigan State ultimately just a little too good, but it was fun going against Izzo. And it was really fun to see Shaun get an opportunity not only to step on a court, but to score.
Scoring is what Connor Udovich does on that play. He's up to 5 points and a better start to this fourth quarter than Archmere had in quarter number 3. That Delaware team took on a St. Mark's Spartans team, Michigan State Spartans team. So many Spartans here. That was the second pick to win the whole thing. That season. They had won the Big Ten. They had got some momentum, and just a tough draw for a really talented basketball club for Delaware that year.
We really competed well. We've done so many good things all season long. Ultimately, they were just a little bit better, but it was such a great experience, not only for our team and the state of Delaware and the program, but for you and me to get out there into a wonderful part of the country.
Always fun to ride that team's coattail and get to go on some adventures.
And you just did a great podcast with Davon Usher of that team.
That's right, Davon Usher. Thank you very much, Bill. A big part of that team. Most points in a single season. All teammates and all sharing memories of Shaun Locke. That's what we've been doing today. Tonight we'll continue to do tomorrow as we just share stories and love and memories of Shaun. Such a tragic loss as St. Mark's gets themselves to the free throw line here, and see James Buffon almost get the basket drop. It'll go to the free throw line, and of course this is all for the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation, dedicated to unlocking the students' light by providing resources for those struggling with depression, self-injury, and suicide.
Well, Buffon has really rounded into a nice player. He's developed a nice mid-range game, a good free throw shooter, but I really love his attention to detail, a really enduring player who wants to play good defense and help the team out.
Albiro, baseline. Mariano's going to have to get himself going if Archmere's going to cut into this lead here in the final 6.5 minutes. Albiro would help as well. He made that first three-pointer. Had 5 in the first quarter, has not scored since, knocks it out of bounds, and it'll be St. Mark's basketball. Albiro hit a game winner the other day, hit a shot just inside the foul line to give Archmere that 56-54 lead with 5 seconds left on Sunday. He's a clutch player, he's a big-time performer for Archmere, but St. Mark's has done a good job of keeping him in check today.
Well, Albiro is really tough. You got to love the way he plays. An ultimate competitor. He's got a lot of game in him for only a sophomore. He's fearless, and is going to be an outstanding point guard and football quarterback going forward.
Buffon again looking for a shot. White can't come away with a rebound. Gets tangled with Mariano, our 2 key players to watch in this one. Both of them up, both of them all right. And now Mariano. He'll drive. Picked up by White with some help defense. Archmere will reset. Albiro turned it over. Marks on the run. Just couldn't get it to drop. Good job of Archmere getting back on defense. We mentioned in the first game today, but it does take some getting used to. This court, a little bit longer than the high school basketball court. This is a pro court, 94 feet, and high school basketball about 10 feet fewer. So there is a larger distance as you bring the ball up the court and try to run that fast break opportunity.
And there's more space not only to run vertically, but there's more space between the timeline where you can do some trapping, so it's a little harder to press on this bigger court.
Approaching the 5-minute mark here of the night number 1, game number 2 of what's going to be 6 basketball games. It all starts with St. George's versus William Penn tomorrow. Buffon carries it on his hip, and a timeout going to be taken by Nick Santa. And Nick, a guy that has done such a great job at St. Mark's. Coach of the Year in the state of Delaware in 2018, Catholic Conference Coach of the Year in 2010, 2014, and 2016. And, he described Shaun Locke as a one-of-a-kind, would put a smile on your face no matter what, friendly, approachable. And that's Coach Santa talking about Shaun Locke, and absolutely accurate. He was just a guy that always could put a smile on someone else's face, and that's why we're here tonight for the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. You can see the donate on the bottom of the screen. You never quite know what someone is going through, and we need to remove the stigma that is with talking about emotions and talking about your feelings, and that's what Shaun's house is doing in Newark. Already over 600 visitors in just a few months on campus at the University of Delaware, allowing students, high school, college, to come in, talk to peers, let people know what's going on. 2020 has been such a tough year for everybody, and now into 2021. So we're raising money today for the foundation. You can see on your screen how to donate. What an amazing cause it is. It started by Chris Locke and helped by so many in the community. We miss Shaun every day, and we know he's watching and proud of St. Mark's right now as they're up 32-23 over Archmere, and just proud of the community coming together. And this is year number 3 of what will be many, many more of the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic.
Well, you talk about Shaun's house down in Newark on the campus of the University of Delaware. It's just such a warm, welcoming place. As you mentioned, a lot of kids have already come through there. Very important that house continues to do all their hard work. A lot of students have utilized it, and they're really happy to have the opportunity to have a safe haven where they can talk about these issues.
And all the funds raised this year allow the foundation to keep providing services and developing Shaun House. And again, I mentioned over 650 visits, already helped hundreds of young adults struggling with mental health and depression. We're so happy to be here as there's a foul called. It'll be an offensive foul going up against Matthew DeLose as St. Mark's leads 32-23. St. Mark's 3-1 on the season, Archmere 5-1.
Well, I think this game is ultimately going to come down to who handles the ball against the pressure. Can St. Mark's do that, and can they make their free throws? If not, Archmere's going to battle them right down to the end.
St. Mark's has struggled with free throw shooting. If it becomes a free throw shooting contest, they'll have to knock in their shots. As the ball's knocked away, it'll stay with St. Mark's. 4:32 left in this one. And again, you might see some of the masks that the players are wearing the face coverings, as the high school basketball players have to wear these face coverings during the game. You might see the SL24 logo on some of them. Typically, we'd be outside, we'd be selling merchandise for all of the fans in attendance, but no fans this season for the SL24 Memorial. So if you see something, you see a face covering, you want a shirt, you want some memorabilia, head to unlockthelight.com. You can buy merchandise as well. And again, all the funds go to the great cause we've been talking about since 6 o'clock here on Facebook and YouTube, watching this great basketball event.
Well, St. Mark's having a little difficulty here against this pressure. Archmere does a good job, not known for their pressure, but and that's a shot that probably Coach Santa not sure he wanted at that time. Time score really important in the way St. Mark's wants to play.
And a timeout taken by Coach Ludlow, 7th season as the head man of Archmere Academy. And Bill, we mentioned a big month for Archmere. You know, it's not every day that a high school can say one of our alumni is the President of the United States. But Joe Biden, 46th President of the United States, graduated Archmere Academy in 1961. And, so did his family, Bo, in 1987, Hunter in 1988, Ashley in 1999. Ashley was a schoolmate of Nick Santa, who graduated in 1998 at Archmere Academy. And, of course, Joe played some football for an 8-0 ball club in 1960. Some Archmere facts for you as we continue this one, St. Mark's Archmere. So a big month for Archmere. They get to get the President of the United States, and then they get to compete in this SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. Things are going well up in Wilmington.
Not only was he a football player at Archmere, but he also played at the University of Delaware. I believe he was a D-back down there, and a really good athlete, and obviously a tremendous credit to this community and this state to have Joe Biden as the President of the United States.
One of 40 high schools. A couple of presidents didn't go to high school, a couple were homeschooled. So although Joe's the 46th president, 40 high schools can claim they have a president as an alumni. As we get back going in this one, Archmere down by 9. And if you're watching this one, head to unlockthelight.com/donate. You can text LOCK24 to 202-858-1233. You can scan the QR code that's on your screen if you're watching this one on Facebook or YouTube. Back in action. Coach Ludlow drawing things up. That's a good idea to get in the hands of Albiro. He just couldn't finish the play. And a rebound by White.
Albiro's got such a quick release. You've got to be closer to him. You've got to close him out. You've got to at least make him a dribbler. Send him into the mid-range where you might have some help.
Marks with the basketball. That shot to end that first quarter. There's a reach-in foul called against Archmere, and that'll put Marks at the free throw line.
Well, this really gave thanks, Scotty,
really.
is being able to try to close this game out. Archmere will be forced to foul here. They'll make it a multiple possession game, try to conserve clock. And very important that St. Mark's is able to make both of these, not just one, because if you're training 1 for 2 or 1 for 3, they'll be back in this game before you know it.
Marks came into this one shooting 3 of 6 on the season from the free throw line. 5'11" senior guard. And he misfires, so giving the Hawks a chance to cut in. But Albiro, Mariano going to have to get going. Albiro, dump off to Udovich. He'll be fouled. Basket will not count. But Archmere in the bonus as well. It'll be a 1-1 for the Hawks.
Well, he'll be the battle. Can St. Mark's withstand the drives by Albiro? They've got to be leveled out. He can't get these straight line drives. He's a really nice passer into the post. He's got that underhanded pass that I know in the scouting report players were told to look for and try to intercept it. But unfortunately for St. Mark's, a really nice play down on the low block to Udovich.
Albiro did just about everything for that football squad as Kieran makes the free throw. He's gotten the free throw line in 5 of the 6 games this season. So big body, you can see his frame. Good job of drawing contact, getting to the line. 7 of 12 on the season from the stripe coming into this one. But Albiro, he played quarterback, he played defensive back, he was the kicker. Connor Udovich was his holder. So
they use a lot of players, and I'll tell you what, this is the kind of the symbolism of this team. They're really tough-minded. There's no quit in them. They battle to the end. And I know Billy Ludlow is very proud of this team and how well they played in this season so far.
Udovich will get a breather as Ryan Farrell comes in the game. Now a 7-point lead for St. Mark's. White ahead of the pack. Look out below. He missed the layup, though, and slow to get up. I think he just mistimed his jump there. Was halfway between a dunk and a layup, and now he's slow to get back, hobbling a bit.
McCarthy can't take advantage of numbers. It was 5-on-4, now a timeout by C.J. Hunt, allowing Jabri White to make sure he's okay. And it looked like he was maybe a step or two too far out for the slam dunk and just maybe mistimed his footing, landed awkwardly. He is walking off on his own to the bench, which is a good sign.
And here's one of the keys that we try to teach young players. I know the dunk is great and it gets people excited, etc. But more importantly, what you want to do is finish the play there. And if you play off of 2 feet, the chance to get hurt, to fall on the floor is much less, or at least if you come down, you have better balance. That's why we teach playing off of 2 feet at almost every opportunity.
3 minutes left in this one. And a turnover. Here's Mariano. And he gets a layup to go.
I told you there was no quit in this team.
Absolutely.
St. Mark's really having trouble against this pressure.
Schnatterer breaks the pressure and now finds himself along the baseline looking for a teammate. He'll set it back out. Nice job by Schnatterer and Marks now to control the basketball. Marks on a drive. Will go to the free throw line where missed the front end moments ago.
Well, St. Mark's is going to have to be able to make their free throws. I give Archmere a lot of credit here. They've really battled. They struggled offensively from the perimeter because of St. Mark's' solid defense. But here they've made this game more of an open contest. They're able to convert their fouls. They've made some good plays. St. Mark's got to be able to respond, and right now they're having trouble from the free throw line.
Marks has missed a couple. Missed the front end a couple moments ago. Good sign to see Jabri White check back in. He's doing all right. Marks will get another chance, a 2-shot foul. 63% on the season for St. Mark's. Archmere not a very good free throw shooting team either at 62% on the year. But it's going to be St. Mark's that's going to be challenged the rest of the way to knock down their shots as Archmere has made this now a 2-possession game. And 0 for 3 goes Marks on his last 2 trips to the free throw line, giving Archmere some space. Mariano got the bucket on the last possession for Archmere. He's the leading scorer on the season for the Hawks. Albiro in the corner to Ludlow. Ludlow gets inside, follows his miss, and draws the foul. That's Matthew DeLose, who gets inside and will shoot a pair.
DeLose has really played well in this game. One of the better efforts of the season for him. He's a very physical player, a long 6'5" junior, doing a nice job there of attacking the glass and getting his own rebound.
Feels like an empty gym. You don't get spectators, and it is an empty gym, but it feels like practice a little bit when you're shooting free throws. And now we've seen 4 misses in a row, 3 from Marks, and now a free throw miss from Matthew DeLose at the line.
And how about this time last year here? This gym was packed.
That's right.
Engaged. It was really a great environment.
And Archmere misses both, but the back tap finds Mariano. He misses on a 3. A couple of missed opportunities there. Good look at the 3. Now a tie-up arrow to St. Mark's. You got 2 free throws and a 3-point shot. All misses from Archmere. Those are ones you have to knock down as you're down by 5 in a low-scoring affair. I should mention St. Mark's averaging about 45 points per game. Archmere averaging 52 points per game and 32-27. The count right now with 2 minutes left. A whistle away from the basketball. Looks like Jabri White got tied up with a
I think they're going to call a blocking foul and setting a screen over here in the way they were attacking the zone. The full court pressure.
So no free throws, although the players are lined up. It is an offensive foul.
Yeah, and it'll be Archmere ball out underneath. They ran a nice out-of-bounds play earlier for a basket on a rollback by one of the bigs. And they will skip the ball weak.
An important possession. You could feel how important it was for Archmere, as did head coach Bill Ludlow. So he's in a called timeout from his 7th season with Archmere. He knows just how important this bucket is. It was St. Mark's leading by 3 at the half. They went up double figures. Archmere now coming back in this one. It's St. Mark's versus Archmere. It's Shaun Locke's alma mater, and we are doing this all for the memory and to remember Shaun Locke and to honor Shaun and the SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation, providing resources for those struggling with depression, self-injury, and suicide. You can follow us on social. You can donate by texting LOCK24 to 202-858-1233. And again, I've mentioned it, what a great deal it is. Head to the auction site. You can win St. Mark's tuition for a year. Parents watching the game, you're watching your family members play perhaps, or perhaps you're just supporting St. Mark's because you have a son or daughter that goes to the school. Either way, you're writing that check to St. Mark's.
You have talked about this so much. I'll tell you what, you would be a great salesman and for anything, but especially this, because you made a great case for participating in this auction and buying it.
I have a 3-year-old. I'm going to talk to maybe see when the expiration date is, and if I could maybe save it.
It's buying a future, isn't it?
That's right.
You're buying the optionality, Scott.
But so many cool
very
things.
Smart guy.
Drew Brees jersey up there. Make sure you head to the auction site, and you got all weekend to get some bidding in. An amazing job that the board has done to build that up, and what a job Matthew McCarthy has done. His second 3-pointer of the game. He's only a 9th grader, and he has made this a 2-point lead for St. Mark's. Now Carter Marks bringing the ball up the floor, and the pressure on the Spartans. They have lost what was a double-figure lead here in the 4th.
Well, you really got to give Archmere a tremendous amount of credit. They've been resilient. They've been tough-minded. They've made the plays in the clutch. St. Mark's has not, and not been able to make their free throws.
90 ticks left on the clock. St. Mark's operating on offense. I've been impressed with Matthew McCarthy.
Boy, haven't you? As a freshman, we knew he could shoot the 3. He's been a little used substitution, but St. Mark's knew well that he can shoot the 3, and it's got to be handled.
He had 1-3 on the season coming into this one. 2 in this game for the rookie. Now it's Jabri White. Double team comes to get out of the hands of White. Corner, 3, good look at it. Off the mark from Dominic Shepard, and a chance to tie or take the lead for the Archmere Hawks. It'll be Mariano tugging at his face covering as he brings the ball up the court. Mariano, a quiet game. Delos on the drive, and we're tied at 32.
Oh, a great drive by Delos, who continues to impress me. St. Mark's has taken a couple of questionable shots, and that's allowed Archmere to get back in the game. A great turnaround by Archmere with their toughness mentally and physically.
Nick Sana going to call a timeout, his 13th season. Archmere Hall of Famer is Nick Sana, inducted to the Archmere Sports Hall of Fame. He was the Hawks Male Athlete of the Year in 1998, and he's currently the Archmere baseball coach. And he's talking with his team. You can see on your screen Coach Ludlow talking to Archmere. 32-all is the count as St. Mark's had built a double-figure lead in the second half. You can see Matthew Delos using that left hand to get up off the window and through, and knock this one up at 32. This is the time that Shaun Locke would have loved to play in a tie score down the stretch, a clutch basketball player. You'd be drawing one up for 2-4 right now, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, and Shaun Locke was so clutch and determined, and if he didn't have the shot, he would have made the right play to the open player. Coach Sana is now trying to draw something up. They do have one additional timeout if they can't get the ball in. It's important they advance the ball, get themselves in good position. They'll probably hold for the last shot, but I really like the energy of Archmere. They've rallied from 9 down. They were missing a lot of shots. They got it back with their aggressive defense and St. Mark's inability to convert at the free throw line.
Out of the timeout, St. Mark's with the basketball. No shot clock.
And Archmere not going to press. You've got to watch it for Albero with the back tap.
St. Mark's can take it down to 0 if they want to, which it sounds like they do. Jabri White, leading scorer in this one. 16 points per game for number 11 in White. They'll try to get him the basketball. Jabri White hit a game winner against DMA last season as a sophomore. 9 seconds for Marks. A lot of dribbling and a whistle. And a violation against the Spartans will give Archmere a chance to win this basketball game.
Well, Carter Marks was closely guarded there. I thought he had actually penetrated towards the basket. And that would, to me, have ruled off the 5-second call.
Let's take a look at it. Looks like it was Albero defending Marks.
And I'm not sure of what that call was. Was there a push-off call, or did they actually call 5 seconds?
I thought I saw 5 seconds. Ed Aiken, C.J. Hunt, Corey Needle are the officials, and we can see at half court Nick Sana trying to get an explanation from the officiating
Well, that would have
crew.
been the wrong call if it's 5 seconds, because he had already penetrated and was going to the basket. So he had gotten his hips by it. It may have been something else they called, but the bottom line is Archmere's battled back. They have possession with 6.9 and an opportunity to win the game.
Archmere trailed by 3 at the halves, trailed by double figures in the second half, and now have a chance to win this basketball game. It's game number 2 of the SL24 Unlock the Light
Memorial Basketball Classic, and what a start we have to a great weekend of basketball. We'll see how regulation ends. 6.9 seconds. It's Albiro. Score tied at 32 apiece. Delos for the win. It's short, and we'll head to overtime. And there is nothing that Shaun Locke would have wanted more than extra basketball. And that's what we're going to have here at the 76ers Fieldhouse. Put some more time on the clock. More time to donate. Head to unlockthelight.com/donate. While you do that, we'll take a break. When we come back, OT, it's St. Mark's and Archmere.
You're watching the 3rd annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic to raise awareness surrounding mental health and to provide services and the development of Shaun's House. You can donate now to the SL24 Foundation by visiting unlockthelight.com/donate, by texting LOCK24 to 202-858-1233, or by scanning this QR code now with your phone. Thank you for your support of the SL24 Foundation.
Hi, I'm Jim Boeheim, the coach at Syracuse. I just want to tell you how important your mental health is, particularly in this time of COVID. Make sure you're taking care of yourself and others if you can.
The 3rd annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic from the 76ers Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware is being brought to you by Expectation, Stone Balloon, Limestone Barbecue, and by TKO Hospitality.
It's the SL24 Unlock the Light Memorial Basketball Classic, and it's overtime here from the 76ers Fieldhouse. It's lit up. Unlock the light. We got the lights on here in Wilmington for 4 more minutes of basketball as St. Mark's lost a double-digit lead in the second half. Archmere got themselves back into it. Some clutch buckets from Delos and Mariano. And now here we are in overtime as Shaun Locke's alma mater, St. Mark's, gets the basketball first.
Albiro and Carter Marks is a great matchup. 2 point guards, veterans. Albiro played every game last year for Archmere. Really impressed me with his tough-minded defense and aggressive offense in this second half.
See Kokenauer and Gavin Marks getting a start, as well as Buffon in the overtime session. St. Mark's always going to be patient with the basketball. Make sure they get a good look at things, as they've now milked a minute off of this clock. Jabri White, quite a bit in the second half. Passes out of a double team. Buffon wide open. Now will drive. White gets contact to go to the free throw line. And White, the best free throw shooter for St. Mark's. St. Mark's missed a few down the stretch that allowed Archmere to get themselves back in it and tie the score. But Jabri White, 71% on the season.
Well, it was the inability of St. Mark's to get the ball into Jabri White in the latter stages of this half due to Archmere's terrific pressure, number one. But also he attacked on that layup, hit the ground, had to come out of the game for a couple of minutes. So Jabri has really battled hard in this game. Archmere's done a nice job at defending him inside in the second half.
White at the free throw line. First one is short. That's 4 straight misses from the stripe for St. Mark's as Carter Marks went 0 of 3 to end the fourth quarter. And now Jabri White to start things off. A tie score of 32-all. Jabri White last season played in the SL24 Memorial Classic, as did the St. Mark's Spartans. He had 11 against Louisiana back in 2020, and his free throw unties the score. St. Mark's up by 1.
Jabri's got an excellent stroke, needs to stay that confident because he can easily be a 75% free throw shooter.
First touch for Archmere on offense. McCarthy, one of the heroes of this basketball game.
They like to run weave to a ball screen at times or weave to just attack.
Albiro doing just that, attacking. Now Udovic, kick out. Can McCarthy do it again? He connects! The 9th grader puts Archmere on top.
Boy, what a clutch performer. Archmere looking for him in the deep corner. He drew the help and then kicked out to McCarthy. Really an outstanding player with these 3 threes. The difference in the game.
Looking like Shaun did as a 9th grader starting for Nick Santa's ball club at St. Mark's. That's a lot of confidence for the freshman. White gets it poked away. Now it's St. Mark's need an answer on offense. Buffon thought about the three. We'll run some more set. Marks, tray ball, off the rim, and a rebound by Udovich.
Good defense there by Archmere, forcing the ball out of the post. A nice kick out by Jabri White to Carter Marks. Just a tough shot, didn't go in.
Watching the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. You see on the bottom of your screen, unlockthelight.com/donate. More time to donate as we got overtime basketball. Here's Albiro spinning, miscommunication, and maybe a bad decision that time by the quarterback. Don't see a lot of those.
No, he's been an excellent ball handler, usually a terrific decision maker, gets almost anywhere he wants on the court. He's been outstanding here, especially in the second half tonight.
St. Mark's led 20-17 at the half. Now down by 2 points, 35-33, 60 seconds left of the Shaun Locke SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. Shaun wore number 24 for St. Mark's. Starter for 4 years, all-state, all-Catholic. And his team right now needs a bucket.
They certainly do. Working it around, looking for Jabri in the post. He's got the defender behind him. They've got to give it to him when he immediately appears.
Okinawa might have gone away with steps there. No shot clock, so St. Mark's again can take their time and make sure they get the look they want. Jabri White wants to clear out. Driving, knocked out of bounds. We have foul called, a whistle against Udovich. And he'll send Jabri White to the free throw line. That's a double bonus now, so White will get two, a chance to tie the score at 35.
Well, I had a feeling this game would come down to the free throw line, and in fact it has. I think St. Mark's would have been able to win it in regulation had they made those free throws that resulted in Archmere being able to come back. But Archmere's just been a little tougher-minded here. A big moment for Jabri White.
White made 1 of 2 on his last trip. Knocks in the first there. Let's take a look at this foul called again against Archmere.
Just a little bit of a body contact there. I think Udovich has played him pretty well. That was almost one of those that certainly Billy Ludlow wishes just was a no call.
White makes the first. If he can knock in the second, add to his double-figure scoring night, game will be tied, and he can't do that. Albiro soars in for a defensive rebound.
St. Mark's will have to foul here because Archmere will hold for the last shot, and they should foul immediately to not allow any time to run off. And they want to foul a free throw shooter. This is a little too much time off. You would have had an extra possession had you fouled around the 16-second mark.
Now with 11.5, Marks does foul the Archmere basketball player, and looks like it'll be Albiro at the free throw line.
And Albiro is very tough-minded from the free throw line. You probably couldn't ask Billy Ludlow to have any other player at the line than him.
70% coming into this one, but a clutch performer, big-time player. Only a sophomore. Makes the first, so St. Mark's down 36-34. He can force St. Mark's into perhaps having to take a three. If he makes a second, and he does. That's some clutch free throw shooting from Chris Albiro, and a timeout taken by Coach Ludlow and Archmere. We have so much enjoyed bringing you basketball tonight on a Friday night. St. Mark's girls basketball, St. Mark's boys basketball against Archmere. It's the alma mater of Shaun Locke. This is the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. And then tomorrow, the action starts at 2 o'clock. St. George's versus William Penn. Boys varsity basketball. Concord versus Appo. That's a boys game. And then what a classic rival we've got on the girls' side. Padua versus Ursuline at 6 o'clock. The nightcap, 8 o'clock. Salesianum versus Sanford, two of the top teams in the state. If you're watching, please donate. Think of it as admission to the arena. You'd probably be here if you were allowed in. Of course, safety restrictions due to COVID-19. We're so happy we can bring it to you over the stream. But we look forward to tomorrow's game, and you've got plenty of ways you can donate to SL24. And a big thank you to the crew. Great production team here led by Jimmy Smith, Mitch Owen, Steve Spencer, Earl Carlton, Brad Wilson, Barbie Cochran, and Thomas Goodman. Just doing a great job today, and we know they'll be back tomorrow doing a wonderful job bringing you basketball. We wish you could be here in person, but since you can't, we appreciate you watching online and donating at unlockthelight.com/donate. It's St. Mark's basketball down by 3, 11.5 remaining.
Now Archmere will press here, and they might even foul on the floor here to not allow St. Mark's to get a three-point shot off.
Gotta get going. Buffon.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do that.
6 seconds. St. Mark's has to go. 4 seconds. Marks a 3-ball. White gets the tip, but it's Archmere who prevails in overtime. Down double digits in the second half. The comeback effort complete by the Archmere Hawks. A 37-34 overtime win for Archmere. They improved to 6-1 on the season. St. Mark's drops to 3-2.
Well, a great win for Archmere. They showed their resilience. A very well-coached team by Billy Ludlow and his staff. Alburo in the clutch was magnificent, but I thought it was a team effort by them, digging down when they looked like they didn't have a chance, and they battled back with their pressure and then their ability to make key plays in the clutch.
You can see what a fun night it was. It's one night. We've got a bunch of games tomorrow. Archmere got the hot hand early on. St. Mark's got the halftime lead. Jabri White led the way. But ultimately, in overtime, it was the Archmere Hawks with a 3-point victory over St. Mark's, Shaun Locke's alma mater. What a day we've had. Can't wait for tomorrow. 2 down, 4 more games tomorrow from the 76ers Fieldhouse. Thank you to all that watched and supported tonight. We hope you'll do the same tomorrow. A full day of top-notch Delaware High School basketball starting at 2 p.m. in memory of Shaun Locke. It's been such an honor to be a part of this incredible night. A big thank you to Chris Locke and the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation for having me. Visit unlockthelight.com. For Bill Harmon, Jimmy Smith and his crew, an amazing production team, I'm Scott Klatchkin saying good night. Shaun, we miss you. We love you. For those watching, hug somebody you love tonight. And we'll see you back here tomorrow for the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. Donate at unlockthelight.com.
This is just such a nice testament to Shaun. Shaun loved sports, he loved people, and he loved to kid around. He just was the perfect balance of everything. And if this can affect somebody like Shaun, it can affect anybody.
Mental health and suicide affects 1 in 4 people. Anybody that I'm talking to, they already know somebody. It's a family member, it's a friend, and if they could do anything to prevent a tragedy or someone from doing the inevitable, I think that it's no-brainer that someone would want to help, and I think that's why we've had so much success.
SL24, I think, has been just an absolute movement here in Delaware. My aunt committed suicide when I was young, and that actually affected my life drastically. The very next year, my mom died because of overprescription of medication from being depressed from that moment. So I think the domino effect can really affect families, it can affect children, and I just wish that I was able to catalyze such a movement over how I felt about that and was able to have a place to come to like Shaun's house, to be vulnerable, talk to others about it.
I've really learned that it is so important to reach out to your friends and your families, even the people that seem like everything's going well for them, because deep down you don't know what someone might be struggling with. And that's why I'm so happy to be a part of SL24 and see all of the mountains that we are climbing to help people see that they can get the help that they truly need and find their light even in some dark times.
If you think about how fast this movement has grown, it's absolutely unbelievable. And to have a house like Shaun's house on a college campus, especially in a year like COVID, where you're dealing with folks and the vulnerabilities and mental health issues that are happening, it's just absolutely amazing. And I'm just happy to be a part of it and help support it.
Love to thank everyone that's been involved in SL24 and Shaun's house, really bringing the house to fruition. All the sponsors, all the continuing sponsors, year to year for the basketball tournament and for the house. It's reached so many people, and we're so thankful to everybody that's donated their time and money for this great effort.
Thank you so much to everyone that has donated and been a part of the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. Your support means so much to us, and we couldn't do this without you.